Welcome into the Abyss with your host, Shawn Gilmore. Open your mind, both of your ears, and all three of your eyes to discuss all things supernatural with weekly special guests. We believe that we all learn from each other and we all have a lot to learn. What will you learn today? Here is your host, Shawn Gilmore.
We started on time today, guys. What's up? I'm loving this new program. Welcome to Into the Abyss. I'm your host, Shawn Gilmore. And as you can see, my very special guest, Adam Kimmel. How's it going, brother?
Yo, dude, I love this setup too. I was just telling you in the queue before this. This is awesome, dude.
And it's so easy, too. It's so easy. And there's actually more options that I like to play with. They'll use more during the show. Like I could show people's comments throughout. So if people see Vicky, we have our first YouTube comment. There it is. First ever YouTube comment on RU Media. Well, hey, live Vicky. Anyways. How's it going, Vicky? So yeah, this is really cool and really exciting. It's new technology, new toys, always fun.
Hey Matt, dude, I love it already. Dude, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, right. Dude. Yeah, and you can see the background that I use for this show. It's the Hinsdale House, and it's just it's your head, but you have a like a preacher uniform on. You're doing one of your ripples, and man, you know what? I just kind of want to jump into it because I love the Hinsdale House. Is a really cool place, and that video is one of your most intense videos that you've made. I mean, you're kind of lightweight, pushing the limits there a little bit with provoking, huh?
Yeah, that's a great word to use. It's so borderline, but it's, dude. Okay, well, let's just jump into Hinsdale, and we'll get all into it. So, yeah, you've been there. Actually, it's funny because I really, we schedule all these locations, and you know how scheduling locations are. It's tough, dude. And so Hinsdale has a lot of mystery behind it. And what we're talking about right now is Hinsdale House in Hinsdale, New York, and it's got a lot of mystery around it. And I actually watched the old Ectovision video that you guys did, and a few others that put stuff out there. And I was really just trying to watch what other teams had kind of researched. I did a lot of my own research, but at the end, again, it's still shrouded in mystery. And I like locations like that because when we do our ripples in time, it gives me a lot of room to play with. So the one backstory to Hinsdale is there was an exorcism done in the house in the 70s, right? Now it's all alleged rumor, but that's good enough to try and spark something from a ripple, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And we did that, and we got some very interesting results. And I will tell you, you can actually see Ashley's reactions in the video. Dude, she was very uncomfortable, not happy as usual, a little too intense for her, and I loved it. Yeah. But what is beyond the video is the feel of what's going. There's no way to describe that and translate that through video. And
that's true.
The house, you could feel the vibe change. We did that for 20 minutes, and it went from like a light feel in the house to just heavy. And no doubt, it had probably something to do with that exorcism or whatnot. And the second ripple actually was my favorite. I nicknamed it just domestic violence ripple because I don't know what else to say, or typical Ashley Adam conversation. And that one was probably one of my favorites we've ever done over the entire series. And it was pretty intense, dude. I didn't get to tell many people this. Only a few people I've talked to after this, but I feel like I lost myself a little bit in that ripple. I was trying to harness Jack Nicholson from The Shining. And in some of those moments, dude, I looked back and I'm like, we improv everything, right? There's no script. We basically discuss the ripple pretty much maybe 20 minutes before we do it. And I give like an idea of how it's going to play out. But whatever happens, happens when the cameras go, because you never know. You add extra words when you're talking, more emotion, you put your real emotion into it. You just roll with it. And there was one part where I literally had no recollection. It was when Ashley ran upstairs and I was on the stairwell. I don't really remember doing any of that, saying, slamming the wall and saying to Ashley, come on, I love you. I watched it back and I was like, holy shit. Like, it even gave me chills watching it. But it was amazing, dude. I think Hinsdale, dude, there's something about that place, and it did elevate the bar. We always talk about this, dude, like how are we going to raise the bar? And Hinsdale right now is where the bar is highest.
I mean, you could definitely tell that you guys were both kind of out of your elements in that video, and especially during those ripples, and you could tell that you didn't have the same composure, and it was actually really interesting to watch, and it seemed like a big point that was really driven home during the video was that not everything is demonic. In fact, there may not even be such thing as demonic, right? So, and everybody out there, I should say everybody, a lot of the TV shows and media out there, they're pushing the demon things because fear sells. And so it's just really interesting. And I think that for a video for you to choose to kind of push the limits on, that's the one to do it on. That's the location to do it at. I don't know, because it has that history. It has those stories. Me personally, I think most of the activity there is more from like more elemental, more this is from my personal experience, and more from the outside nature, Native American history, things like that. But that's what I experienced when I was there. At least the experiences that really resonated for me when I was at Hinsdale House. So to me, that's a good place to do it at. That has the history. When people think of the Hinsdale House, they do think of the one bedroom, right? At least I do. I think of the bedroom where they like supposedly had all those bugs coming in the window and everything. Yeah. So it's a good place to do that at, and it was great. You guys did awesome on that.
I'm still like I've only been in this for a short time. It's actually I'm going on like 10 years, and there's a lot of people that have done this a lot longer. But the one thing I can say is that even from the beginning, I always had a problem with people overlapping their religion into the paranormal. And I mean, we're going to get deep. Let's go down the rabbit hole, right? I've had this issue for a long time, and I always felt like the odd man out, especially, when you collab with a lot of people in the paranormal community. And again, TV does this to people. TV, like you just said, fear sells, right? Mm-hmm. TV is about ratings. And the one thing when I was creating Resident Undead was to not only, share a good story as we're doing it. That's the one thing. I love storytelling. I love filmmaking. And it's great when you have that creative control. And Hinsdale, like you said, was a great place to finally confront this conversation on demons. We have to deconstruct what the hell everybody's talking about. That are we, and maybe this is a good conversation and people in the chat can join in. And there are no wrong answers. This is how we need to have the conversation and talk about it and deconstruct it. But like, when we say demon, are we actually talking about biblical creatures? Are we talking about an archetype of like what we think a bad person is? They become a demon? You know what I mean? It just seems so convenient. You go to these places and there's always someone hunting a demon. And right. What I wanted to really drive home about Hinsdale is I think, and I still have yet to encounter a demon. Whenever this happens in an episode and we pick up on something that says that, it's more of me mocking it, saying that, if that is what you are, then show me. That's the only time I will provoke, because in my mind, in my opinion, these are damaged individuals that already have a cheat. They know on the other side that our side believes in religion, right? And if you want to scare the living that come from a religious base, you already know words that are gonna scare them. The word Lucifer, Satan. You know what I mean? You have the advantage on the other side, even though you know it's not real, but you're saying it. I think that's what's happening. You have the dead just messing with you. They want to become the biggest, baddest thing, and it gets misinterpreted. These things are just people that are damaged, that are wanting to be that, I guess. They want to become the ultimate evil, and in their minds, a demon is that. Does that make sense?
It does. That makes a lot of sense. And especially if it's just some asshole spirit who's trying to make people think it's a demon just to scare them and for its own whatever reason it may have, right? So real quick, I just noticed something. Spreaker is working. So I'm going to do a real quick pause. I'm going to do the intro on Spreaker. No, I'm not. I don't have time to do that. I figured it out for next week. Forget it. Sorry, that was a ADHD moment. I apologize.
My man.
That was
frequency.
Right? Brought to our friends from Adderall, which I forgot to take. No, I'm kidding.
If we could please mention our sponsors. So, no, and what I think is much more interesting, and the path I want to take with Resident Undead is deconstructing these psychopaths. That's what I think some of these individuals are that create these wicked hauntings. Let's be very basic, okay? Energy cannot be created or destroyed, so when you die, something exchanges, right? And let's take it a step further, that these energies are still us in another form. I do believe they retain their human emotions, their human thoughts, and their human memories, because they're speaking back to us in our language, for the most part. So it's more fascinating to me to deconstruct them. Going to these locations, that's much more, it's so easy to just say it's a demon and go after it. Yeah, that's just, I guess if you want clickbait on YouTube and things like that, but you are not benefiting the field. We have to step back and take it from a strictly scientific approach, and it's much more logical and realistic that we're dealing with psychopaths. You know?
I mean, and that makes sense. And also, I don't know how much of the history you looked into. There's a story of a guy who would like rob people, and he'd take them back to the house, right?
Mm-hmm. I heard that. Yes.
So, do you think? What if that's the spirit of the guy who's doing it? I mean, like you said, I mean, there's you hear time and time again, people believe, if you're an asshole in life, you're going to be an asshole after life. So what if that's the guy?
Yeah, it is the truth. A lot of good psychics, and I do believe in psychic phenomena. I can't say every psychic I've met's real, but what it is I think psychics can get tripped if one of these damaged spirits, again, who we're targeting, that has that human evil to them. I really do believe they can layer themselves enough to trick a psychic and how they see them. Mm-hmm. We don't understand the energy and the physics on the other side. Can you manipulate your image? People die, but then when they're seeing their ghosts, it's like when they were younger. You know what I mean? And you don't see them when they died. Sometimes you see them like 20 years younger. Is that a residual haunting? Is that the intelligent haunting? And they've manipulated the image to what they want themselves to look like. For example, and everybody in the chat can relate to this. You and I can relate to this. When we see ourselves or we think about ourselves, it usually is probably at a younger version of us, when we were at our peak and our prime, and we don't see ourselves necessarily how we are today. When I think back to myself and someone asks me about myself, my image goes like, oh yeah, when I was like 20, 22, 23, that's how I see myself. So is it possible, is that what they're projecting on themselves? And then in a sense, if they're able to do that, can they twist themselves to look demonic?
I think that if they're strong enough, they can make themselves look to us however they want.
Yes, I'm with you. I can actually get behind that because, again, We don't necessarily know what they can do on the other side, but it's not far-fetched to assume that it's possible. And especially if good sensitives are getting tripped on this and saying, I've got something that looks like this. I don't doubt that that's what they're seeing. But if they take the time to dissect the layer by layer by layer of what it is, peel it back, you're just going to find someone damaged that has created. You got to take their shields down. And once you take the shields down, you see them at their core. And it's back to that human spirit, that evil spirit.
I think I definitely agree. I mean, but there's also, I think there's different types of spirits too. I think that there's the human spirit. But I think, again, I brought up elementals, and there's other interdimensional spirits. So I don't know. Sometimes it can be hard to tell. And also, can there be a time when we perceive a spirit the way that we understand it? So maybe it's not so much the way that they're showing themselves to us. Maybe it's the way that makes sense to us in our own minds.
Yes. It's to break that theory down, which I'm with you. Think of like human language. 1,000 years ago, had any human seen a portal open up and someone walk through it, their language limits them to how they can describe it, right?
Right.
So they're going to describe it with the language that they understand. And it could be them just saying a door. A door appeared and they walked through it. Yet they don't understand what we would perceive as a portal. It wasn't in their language yet. It hadn't been seen yet before and things like that. So perhaps the human brain is only able to conceive what we, to that limit, And it's funny, you bring up something really interesting as well, the transdimensional beings and stuff like that. I've had many talks with people about that, and everything's on the table. Okay, this stuff's really weird when you think about it. Let's break it down to know that back into the 20s, scientists knew that there was something talking back in the white noise and it was intelligent. It was a big jump immediately to say that they were deceased individuals saying that or talking. But what if it was a whole other race, of beings that knew our language? They probably can hear us much easier than we can hear them, kind of thing. And they're already speaking back to us. You know what I mean? There's all these theories we could dive into. But I like that you brought that up.
Definitely. Well, I think that we've come across those. I honestly think that may have come across one at Madison Seminary.
Oh, Madison.
Oh, Madison.
It's funny you bring anything's possible out here. I talked to a lot of teams. Obviously, a lot of teams rotate in throughout here. So I've got a good grasp on a lot of these paranormal groups out here. And we talk theories. You've been out with us on the back porch. You know what Madison back porch does.
Definitely.
And the haunting, I always tell teams it's an ever-evolving haunting. And a lot of locations should use that slogan too, because these hauntings are always going to change, because I think we're contaminating the hauntings. When we travel to different places, if attachments are real, things are coming with us and traveling, right? Well, Madison, and I don't know how other locations are doing as far as how many teams are coming through, but like, just last year, we had 70 teams, and that's kind of where I stopped counting. We might have went past 70. You times that by how many members they have. Then you tag in how many flashlight tours we have, how many people come through here that have gone to other locations. What do they bring here? What stays here? And I've noticed a trend that these teams keep getting different names over the spirit boxes and over their EVPs, and they're new. And I'm always wondering to myself, is that something somebody brought? Did it stay? Are they wrong? Are they misinterpreting the EVP wrong? I don't think so, because I've heard some really good Class A EVPs of names said that I know, we've never caught them before. But I think, when you talk about your interdimensional, which we'll get into, it's like, I think Madison is becoming this lightning rod, because we're doing constant investigations here. The Mad Crew, you and yourself and everybody in the Mad Crew, constantly doing stuff out here. I think we're doing something very unique. And it's always going to be something changing. But you said you think you encountered what?
I just think that I encountered an interdimensional being, if I could speak. It's just one of those odd experiences. I've had quite a few of those odd experiences there at Madison. It seems like things do tend to come and go from there a lot. So and who's to say that it could be like that anywhere, right? Unless you believe that you can protect and guard a certain space. I personally think you do. And so maybe that can keep things from coming, but who's to say that things can't come and go as they please? And when you're at a place where people are constantly trying to gain communication and gain the attention from the other side, well, I would say that would maybe raise a beacon or attract other things that maybe have something to say or have been looking to find a way to our side.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
And it's got to be happening in a lot of locations across the country, but maybe they're not taking note of it. Maybe they want to stick to a script. You know, that's Mary in a white dress up there on the second floor that haunts there. And they always take that into account if anyone brings up any weird anomalies. But you dig harder, and maybe that's not Mary in a white dress anymore. Maybe Mary isn't here anymore, and somebody else is taking its place. You know, it's so deep of all the things changing, because the vibes constantly change in Madison. Like, just about an hour before we got on this show, like it's I guess I get creeped out here a lot, but I was walking outside and the snow is it's a light padded snow. You can hear it crunch when you walk on it. And I was walking back and forth between the back house. And when I stopped for a second to grab something by my car, I heard the snow crunching again, still like continuing. And it actually got me to where I jumped a little bit and looked behind me, but it was a good like 5 feet. And we get this stuff all the time, the phantom footsteps walking, and I'm only bringing that up because the vibes change. Sometimes I can walk right into that building, no problem. But honestly, I've been out here at Madison for like 3 days now. I haven't even gone past the middle building. You know what I mean? I get, you notice, you've been here. Like, just sometimes the building feels really inviting, and sometimes it's like, you know what? Don't go through that barrier door. And I can't explain to this day why, you know, but.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to me. And just so everybody knows who aren't familiar, I know most people who are here live with us today are familiar with Adam Kimmel and know that he's the owner of Madison Seminary. But for those that don't know, he owns Madison Seminary. I think it's probably really safe to say, if not the most haunted location in Ohio, definitely in the top 3. It's just, it doesn't seem like Madison's getting that notoriety. You know, you see these posts on Facebook, like most haunted places in Ohio. For some reason, people don't like to mention Madison Seminary. I don't know why that is. But they always put OSR. They always put OSR. Not to put OSR down, because it's an awesome building, has awesome history. But I'll tell you what, I've had far more intense interaction at Madison Seminary than I've had in the 3-4 times I investigated at OSR.
Right. Well, we don't even know who makes the list. Maybe it's BuzzFeed or something.
Right. You know, maybe people pay to be on it. But as far as that doorway that you're talking about, I know that up in the asylum, I won't go in there without asking for permission first. It's kind of like that doll in Florida. Like, you have to ask for permission before taking its picture. Because of experiences that I had before you ever owned a building, I always ask before walking through that threshold. And I feel better. I don't know. I felt extreme negativity back there, and it doesn't seem as harsh, I guess, when I do that, when I ask for permission to go back there. So, like, even when I've helped with flashlight tours, I'll stop. I'm like, I'm sorry, guys. I always do this, and then I get some weird looks, but I still do it.
No,
it seems to help.
It makes total sense that, you know, I feel for the women up there if they're still bound. And, you know, my crew knows, I say this all the time. I tell no spirit is bound to this property. They can leave at any time. But at the same time, I understand if they would stay. To them, a lot of them lived a majority of their lives here. How scary would it be to finally be free and leave? You know, to them, it's home. And, you know, I've always said that to them. It's going to be your home still. But there's also, you know, there's more to it up there. You can feel that the energy is bad, and I don't care what anybody says as far as, nothing happened up here. All this stuff happened up there. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the design and its function and know exactly what was going on here. But who knows? All the layers. Maybe this dictates why sometimes the building feels inviting and sometimes it doesn't. We don't know what triggers certain layers to come out. We don't know if the reason we're feeling those vibes is because it's an angrier layer that's coming out. Trying to find the words to express it. You know exactly what I'm saying, but it's just deep, and I follow exactly what you're saying.
Definitely. And then also, Tony Santori brought up a good point. He says that a doctor came with that examination table he brought in. Now, with all the other historical artifacts you guys are getting, all that furniture you guys are getting in there, I know I brought a couple items from private investigations in there. So who knows what all's coming in there? And when you're bringing the furniture in there, I think that that's just as good as inviting spirit or that, whatever's attached into that building. So
I've been very honest with teams, and you did bring a chair. I joked to people, if you have a haunted item, what do you do with it? You drop it off at Madison. And in your case, we have a chair from one of your investigations, and it is still in play. It's up. It's actually in the Ohio Cottage first floor. But,
nice.
I've told teams when we get deep rabbit hole talk, if I ever am out here to give a tour to a private team, one of the things I mention is I'm not going to lie to you guys. I sometimes don't know who you're going to be talking to. I don't know if it's the local haunting or a foreign haunting. Because, and when I say foreign, I'm not talking French or German. I'm saying that we're bringing in a lot of items. They may have attached energy. They may have intelligent attachments. They're now contaminating that space. And ever since the furniture has been brought in, yes, there has been a lot of change. There's been a lot of new activity. We've refurnished the second floor of the Civil War side. First floor is getting there. Several rooms in the Ohio Cottage are done. When you do that, it definitely increases stuff. So I don't know anymore. I think we're creating this, I don't want to use portal, but like a hub, like of more activity by doing that. And we're not even at the halfway point. We got 88 rooms to fill, and I think we're at like 30% done. So
there are a lot of rooms in that. That place is gigantic. And I've noticed there on the Civil War side, the last time I was there, actually the last couple times I was there, the energy in that building is completely different than the first couple times, even from when you first purchased the building. The energy in that building has completely shifted. And I actually saw on the top floor there, I actually saw a spirit of a little boy. It like I walked in the room and it just like I saw it. Like as soon as I was walking up in there, I was like, something's gonna jump out at me. And as soon as I got my eyes, when you're in a dark room, your eyes get straight. As soon as they got adjusted, boom, there's like this little boy. It scared the crap out of me. I don't know why. I investigate the paranormal, but whenever I see spirit, it scares the crap out of me. But it did. And so it was one of the more intensive experiences I've had there. So, but it's like, I don't know. It seems like the energy there is a lot stronger. Maybe it is from the items that you guys are bringing in, but also you guys are digging up a lot of history. So do you think that maybe by digging up the history, you could also kind of maybe be waking something else up?
Yes. We have been digging at it. When I first purchased the building, we got a weird voicemail of a man, in a sense, threatening, saying that, I just purchased the House of the Devil. He was claiming to have worked here in the 80s, and he had pictures of things that I needed to see. I've put the voicemail out, and this could have been someone just playing a joke. Although his voice seemed pretty, if it was an actor and he was acting, I'm impressed. Like, he sold it pretty good. And it makes me wonder if let's be real. It was a facility used to take care of people. And we know facilities like that have some kind of abuse or some kind of secret buried away. No one at any of these facilities ever gets treated 100% like they should be. And I'm not saying that I'm wanting to talk about those things, but that's what we're looking at. You know, there are secrets. Those things need to be told. These spirits they want this message out. We get very disturbing EVPs.
Mm-hmm.
I think, you know, and we give tours all the time, and I'll tell you what, the Mad Crew can vouch, you can vouch, you've been here, you've seen a lot of people come through. Once in a while, we get some locals that are, you know, 60 plus that are always wanting to say, there's some more stuff about this place you need to know, and they'll give us some details of things they've heard. You know, we've kept it off the record on the tours. We try to keep it somewhat family friendly, but, you know, if we added in some of the stories I heard from locals, yeah, we got a twisted place out here.
Oh, definitely. Well, I had someone on a tour. They told me once that they would drive past the building and they would see people from the very top windows from the asylum area, the rec area of the asylum, and they would see the women like waving from the windows.
Yeah.
How That's creepy true. Is that? Wow. And then after that, the police station used it, and they used it as a police station, and then they had that drunk tank that they used. And actually, if you go through parts of the building, you'll see scratches on doors and other areas, closets, and that's from they train dogs, right?
Correct.
That's crazy.
Manor SWAT team.
That's a whole nother energy.
Yeah.
That's wow. So with that, do you know, has anyone ever brought their dog to Madison Seminary and gotten interaction through their pet?
Yes.
Really?
We've had a few dogs come in, and some dogs have had no problem walking through all the rooms, and then there's been other dogs that are hesitant on some rooms. And you know, it does remind me of a story that I heard from the police department that when they had in the 80s, their canine dogs never wanted to go into the Civil War basement, and they would heel at the steps. That was interesting to me, you know. And then also, I guess the dogs would act up on the first floor of the Ohio cottage. So, yes, animals, especially dogs, being the number one culprit, have acted very peculiar.
Wow. I've always wanted to bring my dog. I just got a new dog. I can say always, I guess, because I had another dog before, but I just rescued a dog. This dog, I'm telling you, he's sensitive. I have a spirit in my house. He senses the woman in my house when I sense her, because I see us both looking at the same time. So I don't know. I think that would be cool. And you know what else? My wife, she always wants to have nothing to do with the paranormal and stuff that I do with the paranormal. And I jokingly showed her the Valentine's Day event you guys have coming up.
Oh, yes.
And she's like, oh, do you really want to do that? I was like, you don't want to do that. No way. So she was like, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe my wife will be joining me one day.
The Bloody Valentine's Day event?
Yes.
All right.
So, guys, if you're looking for something to do for Valentine's Day, I mean, I'll tell you what, my wife and our first date was to a horror movie. I mean, why not just take it to the next level? Go to Madison Seminary. That's awesome.
So, no, but yeah, for everybody, you definitely want to check out Madison Seminary. Big things coming. Our scheduling is open already in 2020, but there's still, you know, if you have a private team that wants to come out here, this is a great location, you know, to really get your team wet in it. Like this location's pretty sweet. And a lot of the teams actually that come through, I'll tell you what, I mean, Shelly's our one main guide, and she gets to take all these teams on these tours and stuff, and the stories she hears from them coming back, it's interesting. A lot of these teams have no communication with each other, but it's funny how there's so many similarities on a lot of things they capture or vibes they feel in some areas. And it's an ongoing study for us because we do take note of what teams are catching on here and stuff, and it's always good. But yeah.
See, that's got to be like the most fantastic thing, though. The reason why we get into paranormal, well, there's lots of reasons why we get into it, right? But we want to learn about it. You have a unique situation where you own a building and you get to have your own experiences there. You get to learn the history there, and then investigators come, and then you get to compare the different stories that you're hearing. Because how many investigators come in and investigate and are making these YouTube videos or videos on whatever outlet they may use? I mean, there aren't a lot compared. There's a lot out there, but there's more teams out there than there are videos. So there's a lot of information out there that we don't get to see that you do.
And you're exactly right. A lot don't document it. I think a lot of them don't want to be criticized. I can respect that. Mm-hmm. If you don't think the evidence is worthy enough or you're not sure, you don't have to post your stuff. You know, we're just getting a fraction of these teams that are posting their stuff. So trust me, there's probably a lot of weird stuff we may not get to see for a long time, if ever. You know, but at least we get to hear a lot on the ground. We know what's happening the night they're here, for the most part, because most teams do report back to Shelly. I'll hear it, or if I'm here when it's happening. You know, most teams are pretty vocal the night of because they're excited. They'll, you know, bring EVPs to us back here when we're in the back house or show us, you know, a little video clip. And like I said, the evidence is compelling and it's adding up. But it is, you know, when I started this 10 years ago, I did want to take this research further. 10 years ago, I was a nobody. Nobody knew who I was, and I was analyzing the paranormal from that aspect, from the outside looking in. And I thought it could be so much bigger, and we could do so much more. Here we are 10 years later. You know, I one of my goals was to rewrite the paranormal grid. Let's do something big. And here we are for Madison Seminary, straight up research center. And more big stuff's coming. I got some big plays coming for 2020. It's only going to advance the paranormal field. It's good stuff coming.
I'm always excited to see what you guys got going on there. You guys are always growing, always adding onto the building, always just, it's amazing the work that you get done and the work that the Mad Crew gets done.
Oh yeah,
you guys are all it's awesome. And then
to yourself, the Mad Crew, everybody that's come out, this is a property literally operated by ghost hunters. Let's just let that sink in for a second. You know what I mean? It's crazy what the paranormal community can do. And we have all these conversations. What is paranormal unity? Paranormal unity is Madison Seminary. Okay, it's the Alexandria of the paranormal. Like, everybody gets together. You've seen the unity out there. Mm-hmm. And it's funny when people work together, what we're accomplishing and what we're learning. You know, Madison's at the forefront. It is one of the most incredible places for this kind of research and unity.
So you're 100% right, because people from all different teams come to Madison Seminary and they help with the flashlight tours and they help with your events that you have and everything. It's awesome, and it's great to see the community coming together.
Yes,
and so it's now Zarina Crow.
I know. I'm reading the chat here. I see a Zarina Crow. I keep hearing mass grave bodies underground. Well, you're not. I wouldn't say you're wrong. I haven't taken a ground penetrating radar device out there, but honestly, at the end of the day, I'm not sure if I want to know. I have a feeling that there probably are a lot of bodies. It kind of plays into the activity we get on the grounds. Heisenberg from, you know, Cryptic Paranormal Show and Goose, you guys have all come out here, and Heisenberg used to always do watching outside. Like, he'd do the patrols outside. He's got stories for days of stuff he's heard on the property, not in the building. He's heard, you know, disembodied voices. He's heard the footsteps coming up behind him. No one's there. The grounds are just as haunted as the inside, and it could with displaced bodies. This place is an asylum. You know, at the turn of the century, if people died during the winter, which they did, where did you keep the bodies? You stored them inside until the ground became softer, and then you had to bury those that didn't have families, and you probably buried them in the back. You know what I mean? So
well, also they back then they would just kind of bury you where you died, so it wasn't necessarily just a mass grave situation, but it could be any sort of situation. You could be, I mean, like the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, right? I don't know if you're familiar with the area. I love, that's my favorite. Like if I'm bored on a summer night, it's a national park. They don't close. I can go down there with the digital recorder and I'll get some interaction there. Along the old canal there, they say that for about every mile of the canal, there's a body buried. And that's because mostly back then, when you died, they buried you where you died. So who's to say? I mean, who knows? There's a lot of history in Madison. I mean, you have the lake right there. There's a lot going on there. And I believe there's definitely something outside Madison Seminary. I want to set up a couple thermals maybe, just to the back area and investigate there, because there is something back there. And there is, I'm trying to remember, one of the times we were leaving, you know what? It was a flashlight tour, and we had a late tour. It was the last tour that I did with you. We had a late group.
Was it you and Denise the last two there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Did she tell you about the coyotes going crazy?
Yep.
Oh, that was insane. And it went right along with the experiences we're having, too. It was insane.
Yeah, she was freaked out. She told me about it. And being the responsible crew we are, it was getting late. We're like, oh, we're going to go. And then we're like, oh, there's one more tour left. Oh. We kind of just all left. And you guys probably came downstairs and nobody's at the building anymore. Well, that's what happened.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. We're like, oh, everyone's gone. Okay. Oh, Musgrove is on.
So, Chris Musgrove, baby. My homies. But yeah, getting back into, so we got Madison Seminary. We touched that for everybody. Everybody that's listening, there's a plug for it. You know, come on out sometime. Awesome stuff. It's located in northeastern Ohio, Madison, Ohio. Jumping back to Resident Undead, though.
Yeah.
We got, let's get back to the Hinsdale House, because I'm still intrigued on all the ideas there. And I know that you really have had some crazy experiences out there at Hinsdale. And I do, for anyone that's still in the chat, it is a hot topic. I'm very curious on people's opinions of demons. You know, and again, there's no wrong answers. I always want to spark conversation, and nobody has to mirror my opinion. Vice versa. But I just want to get the conversation going, because, like you said earlier, Hinsdale, if you're gonna have a talk about demons, well, Hinsdale's a hell of a spot to pick it. And
it really is.
Yeah, it was a battle. It was a battleground, and it was a conversation that needs to be said, because I feel like the paranormal. This is me personally speaking. I feel the paranormal may be being misled. A lot of investigators may be being misled to immediately jump to conclusions. And listen, I'm not one of those science people that's going to say there's a scientific method to this, because there's, shows that tell you there's protocol to this. It's the unknown. All right. We can't duplicate a lot of this stuff again. So let's throw the science out, embrace the weird, but be open-minded. I think the demon card gets thrown too much. And, has anyone ever captured a demon on camera?
Ooh.
Has anyone?
Well,
Bueller?
Well, there might be a certain television host that might say that maybe he did. I don't know. I don't think so. But then again, has anyone definitively captured a ghost on camera?
What always bothers me about those clips is it's like, you look at, we've got cameras that are 4K and all this, and trust me, the technology is catching up with it. But every time we get security cam footage or even our cameras. It's tough, dude. Cameras, we're on the public sector. We don't have military grade stuff. I wish.
Right.
A lot of teams are doing this for low budget. So when stuff is captured, the frame rates are going to be lower. When you zoom in, you lose quality. There have been a lot of really good things captured. But again, you can always rule a lot of that out. There will always be people that can naysay it or debunk it because of the quality. And again, you could show people the most definitive proof ever, and they may still say naysay and call it whatever it is, because we also live in an age of miscommunication and fraud. So, the tech is there to create very, very good illusions. And that really creates a burden on the community, because now it's almost like counterfeit. We don't know what's real and we don't know what's counterfeit. And, Eric McGill, Eric, good friends. Eric and I've had talks about this. He is like my fraud department because I have sent stuff to him before.
Yeah.
And if you deconstruct these photos, it doesn't matter how good the frauds are or the counterfeits are. You can usually take it down to the very base level of pixels and see. And again, it just takes time, but we can always, it's just time consuming, but we can get through the counterfeits. But then again, if we know how to look for a counterfeit, we know what to do to fool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just saying us per se, but someone's got to be looking at it too and trying to make a counterfeit even better. Maybe if it does take time of pixel by pixel fixing a picture, that's the stuff that always bothers me, because these people are not helping. And this is very important research. This is something like we do need to understand what's going on. Let's get deep for a second, okay? We're all going to die, all right? Maybe I should put a little disclaimer in there in case anyone was surprised or thought this was going to play out different. It's funny that until we have that understanding of mortality, there seems to be no urgency. I get made fun of a lot because I don't have any chill and I'm on the go all the time. But the thing is, my time's limited, and I need to do as much as I can and create as much splash as I can, or my time was wasted. I already have the mortality bug. I understand what mortality is, and one day I will die, and hopefully I've done enough to echo what I need to echo long past me. But I think a lot of people are not going to care about this research until it's a little bit too late, perhaps on a deathbed. And maybe you've got two routes. You can follow religion. Religion makes a lot of people feel good. It feels good to think that there's something out there, and that's great. And if anyone does take that, that's fine. And then there's going to be the other people. Well, maybe something else is going to happen. But it's too late to wonder. We're young. We're in our prime. Let's fight this and let's try to figure it out. Because maybe, everybody is, what's the end game? And I've heard people say, these teams want shows. And I can only talk about me particularly. If I get a TV show, that's going to help me make it easier to tell stories and share this and get, because I already do a show. Resident Undead's awesome. Like, for anyone's watching, I love that. I produce it. Trying to be humble here. The show's badass. Okay, so I'm not really looking for a show, but if it happens, great. But that's the way I contribute to the field. Like, you want to get people involved, tell a story, and what can we all do to contribute? And now's the time. I don't want to think when I'm 80 and have that unknown. I'm hoping by the time I'm 80, I've got a little better grasp on this to understand what may happen next. Isn't that why we do this?
I think so. It's a big part of it.
I'm not sure anymore what everybody's goal is.
I think that everyone, a lot of people have different goals with the paranormal community, but everybody does think, the end game that's what happens next, right? Always. That doesn't be the end. It doesn't matter who you are. So back in November, when my grandfather passed, I had to go to Scottsdale, and then my grandparents live in this country club community, Scottsdale, Arizona. And oh my goodness, it's Man, there's this one shelf that they have in their little library that they have. My grandfather, when he first gave me the tour, when I first time I ever went and visited them, he's like, this shelf here, this is where they make the announcements when people pass away, when people die. So if you want to know someone died that day, this is where they tell you. They just like shrugged it off like it's nothing. I mean, he was 90 when he passed, right? So he lived a long, full life. And that's how all these people there are. How that mindset, I couldn't imagine with that mindset. I mean, they live in this community, right? And they're all elderly. And death literally is part of their everyday lives. They are all facing their mortality. Yet, but I mean, this is the way I'm looking at it as a young guy, paranormal investigator. You know, I was like, holy cow, these people freaking spend a lot of money to live here in this country club facing their own mortality. That's the way I looked at it. I don't know. But it's at that age, it's a big part of your life. You're everyone around you. That's what's happening. So and I think that, you know, everybody's got that question. It doesn't matter if you're religious, if you're atheist, or if you believe in God or whatever. It doesn't matter. Everybody has thought at one point in time in their life, what's going to be next? What happens after here? And I think some people might be afraid. I think some people are just curious. Some people, they may block it out so much that they don't even think about it. They don't worry about it.
Most, I think, and I don't mean to offend, I always try to tread lightly. Screw it. Like, I'll just analyze how I see things. I think a lot of people breeze through life and they're just stuck into the daily routines. And perhaps saying this will help somebody. You know, I didn't really get my act together until I was 26, that I started to see a bigger picture. I was doing, I think, a lot of fun stuff at that time, but like, what was the purpose? What was, you know, we can get lost into the daily grind. We can go out and party and we can enjoy all the pleasures this world has to offer. But in the end, you basically just existed. And those kind of people always bothered me because they don't contribute to the whole. They're wanting to exploit it. And I get it. There are some people that are just, that's how they're going to ride through life. But there are others like myself that, you know, there is this urgency and make everything count. You know, I was in a car wreck in 2015. That was a wake-up call because I could have easily died. I've had other close calls where I've injured myself, and I'm thinking to myself, this is it. Had I died in this moment, what I've done now is the legacy I leave behind, and I've got so much more work to do. I'm pissed. Like, I'm pissed when I think about it. There is still, had I died before Hinsdale, I wouldn't have got to put that off. I would not have got to, you know, dig deep into that and talk about it. These things bother me. I know that I have so much more to do that has not been seen yet. And it's almost like there's just never enough time. And you know what I mean? And I guess I get caught into my work a lot. You know, I hate to say that. I hate when people say, you know, he's so busy, he's going to things, but it's just like, you know, we're only here for the blink of an eye. And you got to make it count. You got to contribute. You got to make it count.
Right. Definitely. I mean, when you say a blink of an eye, right? How long ago did humans come on to Earth where we were intelligent beings? And then how long ago were dinosaurs here, and how long were dinosaurs on the Earth? We literally are a speck of dust when it comes to time on this planet.
You know, we're going down that rabbit hole. When it comes to time, and time is kind of depressing when you think about it. So I had this friend in high school. I haven't really shared this story much. It's usually when I have these deep conversations. But he came up to me. I think he actually is a professor now at I think it's Yale or Harvard. Guy was a genius. We used to clash all the time, like butt heads with him because we're just two different personalities, but we did see on an intellectual level a lot of things. And he came up to me once and he confided in me that he was depressed. And I said, I'm more of the optimistic. He was not as optimistic as myself. I have a more optimistic outlook on life. I try to focus on the positives. And I said, test me, tell me why you're depressed, and let me see if I can diagnose it. And I'll tell you what, he had an upper hand on me. He said all he had to say, and I understood immediately. Time is infinite. And I paused for a second. And I knew everything he wanted to tell me. You just said you reached back to the dinosaurs. That's what, 300 million years ago, 400 million years ago? Can the human brain even, we can't even conceive 60 years. We can't even conceive 100 years. Try to conceive 300 million years. Why he was depressed is from every moment right now, as we talk here, time is now fleeting away from us. And as that clock moves forward, we get buried. And 500 years pass, 600 years pass, 2,000 years pass, and it will continue. It will not stop. And you got to think, it was just depressing because he just said nothing matters. But that's a nihilist approach. A nihilist is someone who believes in nothing. And, that's fine if you want to take that approach, but we have to still, I guess the term I've heard this used before, we have to fight the future. We have to make our mark now, because it may end for us, but there are going to be future generations, and perhaps they can footnote our work. Perhaps we're pioneers and we don't even realize it, and it does change the future. So, yeah. God, that was a cold note. I didn't want to go there because it doesn't happen.
It is what it is, though. It's life. I mean, even if you just think back to when we grew up as kids, think about how different things were. Being a kid in 1985.
Get out of here. I was just talking about this. Dude. Yes. Isn't it? Oh my God. Isn't it crazy how the world has changed?
It's crazy.
Okay. For everyone listening, all right. We should have listened to our grandparents when they talked about the good old days and how the world changes. The world changes dramatically and very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I have a son, Atticus, and it's funny because, we hang out with my parents with him a lot. Here's the thing. The world my parents raised me in and the world your parents raised you in no longer exists. It's gone. It's gone. It doesn't. Think about 1980 to 2020. The tech, the how society is, and all this. So now, as parents, we have to now prepare our children for a world.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you still there?
There is. We're still here. So
okay,
I had to put up here. Tony Satari says, dude, I was 30 in 1985. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry. Oops. So yeah, we were saying how different things were, right? And they were, right? I mean, even if you were to compare television, how television entertainment has changed, man, right. I feel so bad for these kids. They'll never know Saturday morning cartoons. They'll never know. They'll never know. Entertainment sucks nowadays. Even music sucks. I'm that old guy. You kids and your crappy music.
Well, the world is perceived from how they saw it, and times were simpler for them. Mm-hmm. I get it why you had elderly people say that they don't like change. Okay. Well, we grew up, we're Generation X. Mm-hmm. Generation X is a very fascinating generation because we grew up with a lot of technology uprising, and we saw a lot of quick developments. Now, we're not the iPad generation, but we are the generation that brought you the iPad, pretty much brought that into existence. Now, one thing that is very powerful about Generation X is we can adapt rather quickly. But another fascinating thing about us is we understand the generation before us. What do they call them? Boomers. And we also understand Generation Z. The Boomer generation has a lot of work ethic and tradition, and they understand all those things. And then you got Generation Z that really doesn't hold on to the traditions, doesn't have a very good work ethic. And I'm not speaking for all of them. I've seen some great Gen Zers that are amazing. But then you got Generation X that sees both sides. Like, we know what tradition is. We know what hard work is. We get the frustrations of Gen Z. You know, it's just an interesting time. The world's changing that quickly between 3 generations.
It really is. It's crazy. I compare it with my kids. Man, when I was in school, we had an Apple IIgs. All right, we had fun making this little square. It was actually a diamond that they called a turtle. We make it go across the screen and make squares with the turtle. and now look at this. I have a monitor that's as big as a TV that I had when I was a kid. So it's crazy. And just the technology and the lifestyle, right? Playgrounds are empty.
Yeah.
My kids I make my kids play outside. That's me growing up, because I grew up in the 80s. I played outside. I was around the neighborhood. I came home when the street lights came on. That's the childhood I have, and I wish my kids could have that too.
I was the same way as you. We'd go out, we'd play. Parents never worried. I remember I didn't have my first cell phone until I was 15. My dad gave one to me, and he goes, "Here's this for an emergency." And it was one of those Nokia bricks, like when phones were actually good and you could throw it and it had better reception after you threw it into a wall. And
I dropped mine at the bottom of Lake Havasu. We actually swam down and got it, and it worked perfectly the next day. And there's Adam.
Sorry, I got
no worries.
So what was I saying here? Oh yeah.
You're talking about your brick Nokia cell phone.
Well, so So he gave this to me, and I remember how mind blowing it was to me because I didn't understand why I would need one. And back in the day, you had landlines, so you could call, your friend's house, and if he wasn't there, it was fine. You just told their mom, like, "Hey, I called, have them call me back." There's only so many places to be. You could call their places, but
Right.
I guess what I'm getting at is just like that gets introduced, and now it's just that technology revolutionized everything. But because of the technology, this is why playgrounds are empty. I'm like you. It's weird. Like, it's a world apart. Kids will never experience how fun it is to get together with all the neighborhood kids and be playing tag and hide and seek. And you have a very unique social bonding. And that's not there anymore.
That's true.
I have noticed, I used to teach tennis for about 8 years. And the one thing I noticed about very young children, especially children within the iPad generation, is they can't make eye contact. And I think the reason that's happening, and we're going to see that widespread, is because it's easier. Well, it's all they really know, and it's our fault for, as parents, allowing kids to use the iPad as much as they do, but they don't have that interaction and they don't have that eye contact. It's easier. Yeah. It's easier for them to look at the screen and talk to somebody, but then seeing them in person all of a sudden is just, it's too real,
That is kind of true. Now, when I was in high school, it was all about the pager. Mm-hmm. And so I'd get a page, right? And then I push 0 and then the phone number, but hey, call me a blah, 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 blah number. That was our way of getting around to paying for a payphone. But like kids now, they have the iPads. With the iPads, they do FaceTime, or you could do. There's a kids Facebook Messenger that my kids use through my Facebook account. They don't have their own account, but they can chat through with people there, and it's all FaceTime or they're texting. And when my children answer a telephone, it drives me crazy. There was one time that they called a friend and they asked for their friend. They're not there. They're like, okay, bye. I'm like, what?
Oh wow.
What? That's not proper phone etiquette. I'm like, we need to have a class. We're gonna have a class, guys, called phone etiquette. I never even thought that was like a thing. But that's because when you're texting, okay, bye. That's it. I gotta go. Okay, bye.
Sorry,
That's
I changed my
depersonalized.
browser. Can you still see me?
Yes.
Okay.
So
All
yeah,
right.
but so with all of this though, and all these changes, the way that we communicate, and all of this technology, and like you said, it's detaching us. It's making it so we don't. Relationships are changing. So are these relationship changes affecting us and the spirit world around us?
That's a good question. Sorry, having some tech issues.
Things are changing. No, that's okay. It happens. Oh, now you're sideways. Oh, there you go.
My back.
You're back.
Can you repeat the question there again about the tech?
So I was saying, if with all of the technology and how it is changing relationships, it's changing our communication. So do you think that the way our relationships are changing because of technology, do you think that can also be changing our relationship with the spirit realm?
Yes. It's intriguing, and I'll
because I mean, if you ask me, spirit activity seems to be picking up.
Right. So, well, here's two ways. Like it's two-phase question. What you're saying here is that the technology is changing our interpersonal relationships. It's funny how we make fun of younger kids with their face in their phones all the time and stuff, but we're all a victim of it as well. And it's funny how Gen X, 80s babies, 90s babies, we're just getting hooked to the stuff as well. Where, okay, let's be frank for a second. I'm not the only one where I've ignored a call and I'm like horrified. I'm like, why did you text me? Why'd you try to call me? You know what I mean? Like that's much easier to take a text, or you're texting somebody and then they call you and you literally let it ring out and you text, you're like, what'd you need? You know what I mean? It's easier to have that kind of I don't know how to put it, kind of a closed off connection anymore. Or in the 80s, someone rings the doorbell and everybody runs to the door. Who is it? Who is it? And now I'll be at my place and the doorbell rings and I'm getting behind a window. I'm like,
right?
Who rings on a doorbell? Who's gonna try to kill me? What serial killer is this? I'm gonna be on a Forensic Files episode. But now you will see two-parter, getting back to the spiritual part of the tech. As tech advances, you see another boom in the spiritual because we're using that tech to try and communicate. There was a revolution with the Victorian era that, there was that big boom in spiritualism and it did revolve around a lot of factors. But now you're looking at another spiritual movement now with tech. As we keep pushing the envelope with new equipment, more interest, enters. I get a lot of, and again, this is great seeing Madison Seminary because I see a lot of new teams come out here and they're hyped about some of the new equipment they have. They saw something that they wanted to see used, but they never really ghost hunted before, but they're just so intrigued with it. That brings more people into it. That starts this movement. So yes, the tech definitely goes side and side with the spiritual and how we are going about it.
Yeah, I think that people also, the younger generations, they're drifting away from organized religion.
Yes.
Now, is that technology, or is that because people from our generation, the parents, have kind of, I don't know, I go to church, but I'm not super religious, right? So does that, I don't know, but I've always thought and I've always questioned it. So our generation, did we question it and kind of pass that down to our children? Or is this something that okay, with all this technology, they have more information at their fingertips? You don't have to go and get an encyclopedia Britannical. Man, I don't know if anyone knows what an Encyclopedia Britannical is, but holy crap, that your parents would have a bookshelf, two whole bookshelves just for the encyclopedia, and that's where you got your information from. And if the information wasn't there, you're going to the library.
That's funny you mention that because I was what's that?
Said Funkin' Wagnall.
Yeah, I thinking about this the other day, like if I could go back in time and change things. I remember one day I was like 12 or 13, and this guy knocks on the door of my family's house, and he was selling that Britannica encyclopedia. And of course, he's selling the pitch. He's like, you want your children to learn everything there is to learn about the world, and these encyclopedias, everything. And I'm a 12-year-old child, so I'm like, oh, dude, no, I don't even want to learn right now. So like, this is terrible. But of course, he sells the pitch, and my mom is like, what a great idea. Those books, I don't think were ever opened. You know what I mean? And they were like centerpieces in the house.
Right. You use it for like a book report or something, right?
Yeah.
And
if you had to reference it, like the Dewey Decimal System. And it's funny looking back, there's how they would be like, you're never going to have a calculator in your pocket. And it's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Zinkum of my 8th grade math class. You were wrong.
Right. And I did have that conversation with my math teacher. They're like, I'm like, why can't we just use a calculator? That's what is that what people use? And they're like, you're not gonna have a calculator. You're gonna be at the store. You're gonna need to be able to do math in your head. I'm like,
I'll pull a calculator.
I have a calculator. What if I have a calculator in my pocket? I don't know. And it's interesting what you say about people answering their door. Okay, and I have 2 dogs. If my dogs are starting to bark at nothing, or if someone's coming to my house, I'm like, uh-oh, who's here?
Yeah.
What's going on? I'm like, what? I didn't do anything. No one should be knocking on my door. You're like paranoid about it, right? You're like, uh-oh. It's either you automatically assume it's something bad, or somebody you don't want knocking on your door to tell you some information. I don't know. The latest one that we had was some people trying to get us to switch our gas company, which is probably a scam, but still.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably.
I mean, who goes door to door anymore? It used to be, oh, our neighbor's over. We have a cheesecake in our freezer. Let's pull out the cheesecake and have some cake with our neighbor.
Right.
Now it's I've lived at my house for going on 5 years. I'm lucky if I go to my neighbors. Hi. That's it. Yeah. I have one neighbor I don't even talk to. That's it. Right? Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. People don't talk to each other anymore. People used to help each other. Yeah. People used to be like, man, he's cleaning his gutters out over there. You know what? I'm going to grab my ladder. I'm going to help him out. Now it's just, man, look at him over there. Oh, I'm going to get my camera out. He's going to fall. I know it. And I'm going to film it, and I'm going to get famous off him falling, right? That's what they do. They don't help. People don't help anymore. Someone's in a car accident. Oh, let me bust out my phone. I'm going to start filming you. It's weird.
It's just, it's funny because, again, backroom talks here. It's just society's changing so quickly, and maybe I just wish I could kind of see how the research will be furthered. There's going to be new minds out there, fresh mindsets. There's a lot of people up and coming in the paranormal that are, the paranormal community can sometimes be super welcoming and super not. And I've seen this trend where if a new group of people get together and they're very optimistic and they're very gung-ho, like they're sometimes shunned, you know what I mean? But I really like watching teams with that enthusiasm because that brings new life into it. I was like seeing that. I remember that nostalgia and the excitement of being into it. And I think a lot of people that have been in it for so long, they kind of get docile because they kind of get stale themselves. And it's also because it's just old mindsets. I love getting new blood into the game because they don't know any better. So they're doing some weird stuff that we haven't seen before. And it's like, okay, that's how you shake the game up. And it'll be intriguing to see paranormal research 50 years from now. Kids that aren't even born yet, seeing them kind of take it on and the tactics. That would be very interesting to see if any of our equipment made it into the 50-year period past this. What equipment became obsolete? What is the new big dog toy?
Right. Well, now it's like, oh, he brought a compass. He's going old school. And then 50 years from now, oh, he brought a REM pod or I've never seen a millimeter before, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what that would be. It's interesting. I wonder though, what more can they do? I mean, maybe detect different types of energy. I think what I would like to see is I'd like to see a camera. I want to see a camera that sees in the same full spectrum that a cat or a dog sees in. I want to see, now you can do like change different, but I want to see that the way that they see.
It's funny you mentioned that because I've had a lot of talks with people, and I think it was Johnny Hauser, Villisca Axe Murder House, years ago. This has to be like 8 years ago. Him and I were talking about the frustrations of cameras, IRs and stuff. Even though a video camera's lens is capturing light bouncing back and giving you an image, it's not a human eye, you
Right.
know, at its core. It's funny how, like, when we are in an investigation and we see something, but the camera doesn't catch it. And
Right.
this is what you're saying. It doesn't have the ability to capture exactly what our eyes are bringing in. And you're right, until we can almost duplicate the human eye into a lens, and you're right, cats, dogs, cats. I have cats. I know cats do weird shit,
Yeah.
and they stare at things that they shouldn't stare at, and it makes you wonder: can they see? Is there something with their optics? Are they taking in another spectrum of light, just a little bit
Right.
more than us? Are they seeing an ultraviolet? We don't know. We can't tell how cats see. For all we know, they are seeing an ultraviolet. You know, but it's very fascinating.
Right. And then like you said, you can't, there's the living aspect, there's a spiritual aspect. So whether if we realize it or not, when we are seeing with our eyes, you know, we're seeing it with our eyes, we're processing it with our brain, and we're also processing it with our emotions and our spirituality. So that's a lot goes into that, you know, those every second that you're visualizing something. So, or even if you're let's say you're blind, I mean, then you're feeling it, you're still, you know, your other senses kind of make up for it. That's what they say, right? So if you lose one sense, your other senses kind of pick up. And that's actually
Correct.
something that I am hoping to do in my next investigation is I want to cover my eyes. I want to block out that sensory of my sight and have an RT going. I've seen people do it with spirit boxes and things like that. I want to do it just with an RT. I don't know. I want to hear. I want to, because I think that your senses do heighten, and then you have the RT recorder, which makes it so you hear more anyway. So I don't know. I'm very curious to see what that does. So have you ever tried anything like that, or have you heard of anyone trying anything like that? And what type of experiences do you think that they would have?
Is that the is it similar to the Gainsfield experiment? Is that what it's called? The Gainsfield? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think it is.
Is it the guy?
And there's also this show where they would take people, put a burlap sack over their head, and make them like they would go into these people's like businesses or whatever. I can't remember what it's called. Paranormal. The people always have to remind me because there's so many shows I can't remember all the names. But they would literally take the persons whose business they're in, the area that they're most scared of. They would put them in a chair with a burlap sack over their head so they can't see what they're doing, and they're just alone in this room, tied to this chair or whatever. That I don't know. What show was that? Maybe someone in the chat can remind me. Someone always has to remind me because I bring it up. Maybe one of these days I'll remember it. But that to me, like as an investigator, I'm thinking, hell yeah, I want to try that. But then I think back to when I was a kid and I lived in a haunted house and I was scared shitless to freaking sleep at night. And I think, man, if someone were to tie me up, put me in a chair, and put a burlap sack over my head and put me in that same room, that would freak me out. Now, you know, not being an investigator. I think for me, I don't know. Wow. That to me. But things that people do, a lot of things on TV are for ratings, but that's an interesting concept, because now you can't see what's around you. You can't see what's going on. We depend a lot on our vision, right? If you take away our vision, that's right. That's why what's one of the things that's so scary about the dark. You can't see. A lot of our security comes from being able to see.
Right.
So I don't know.
No, that's also. I think, you mentioned something about, you were afraid to go to sleep when you were young and in a haunted house growing up, right?
Yeah.
What do you feel about dreams?
Dreams? Wow. I think that dreams can be a lot of things. What do you? Because I've had some pretty interesting dreams.
Well, I was giving a lecture at Edinburgh University about 3 months ago. I don't know. My concept of time is warped. It was not too long ago. I was talking about. I love the students of Edinburgh. Great. They have a great paranormal society out there. Good kids. And I had a good lecture for about 2 hours with them. And we got onto a topic about sleep. And is it possible that the dead can communicate with us while we're sleeping? I was drawing this chart out to maybe think if it is possible, how it would be happening. So you have a chart, and basically when we're awake, we're spiking up. It's just like a little spike up. And as we go back to sleep, you baseline. And that is a baseline where we're all connected, right? And it can lead into dream walking. Like if you and I have a dream about each other, right? But maybe only one of us remembers it. It's still possible that maybe we were connected in a dreamlike state.
Mm-hmm.
And because most people wake up and they don't remember their dreams. We don't know exactly what was happening. But that is one way that the dream connections can happen. Again, speaking verbally, I'd have to write this on a chart to make a little more sense. But then is it possible that when we get into REM sleep and that deep sleep and we're at that dreamlike state, can the dead enter us at that level of communication? I would say yes. That's what I would say right now, but I can always change my opinion tomorrow.
Right.
As of tonight, I think it is more than likely, it is very possible that they can communicate with us in our sleep.
I think they can. Through my own personal experiences, I agree with what you said. That I think that there's a state, like just that state right before you fall asleep. I believe I've been visited. I believe I've had being an empath, I've had some pretty, like I said, some pretty crazy dreams. And I've had some pretty crazy experiences. I had an insane experience at the Monroe House. Freaking experience. Trying to sleep in that place.
I slept inside. Yeah, I know.
I slept, the room that they call a safe room where the couch is.
Yeah, that's where I slept.
Yeah, I slept on that couch. I just rolled my sleeping bag on top of there, and I just slept on the couch there. And just as I was falling asleep, I saw a tall, lanky man sitting in a chair. Like literally, like I got up off the couch and I walked into the main living area, like where the first entrance is. That they have it blocked off. At least the one I was last there is blocked off going to the front porch. And anyways, there were chairs in that room, and there was a man sitting in the chair, except it wasn't a normal man. He was like extremely tall. I could tell he was tall because of the way that his legs kind of like he was sitting in a chair, but like his knees, I'm trying to really redo it but you know how like when you sit, the tall person sits in a chair and their legs are like slanted upwards before the knees bend because their legs are so tall. That's how this guy's legs were. His knees were up higher than the bottom of the chair, so his legs were like kind of slanted, and he had long elbows. His elbows were sticking way past the chair arms, and he had a really round face, and he had these lines on his face. Almost kind of looked like scars. I don't know what they were exactly, but they had these lines on his face. But the craziest thing was the smile that he had. He had this huge smile, dude. Like took up almost half his face with like these crazy teeth, and he had a fedora on. Now the fedora kind of throws the whole freaking thing off. I think what is in the Monroe house and what people call a demon is that creature that showed itself to me. This is just my theory based off of this experience and the experience that we had earlier before this happened, before we went to bed. I think that he was trying to kind of humanize himself. I think that this is an interdimensional being who's stuck there for some reason. And like he might be able to leave, but he always has to go back. There's something about that place that he's stuck there. And then people go there and they call him a demon and they piss him off. And it's a strong, strong entity that's there. And so he gets confused for being a demon and it pisses him off. This is my opinion on what's going on at the Monroe house, because this thing freaking showed itself to me at that very moment, just as I was falling asleep.
I understand. You know, it's funny. We went through some rabbit holes.
Yeah, we did.
Well, you know, trying to find my energy drink. I gotta have my go-go juice. We're gonna do this shit. So, let's talk about some theories. Let's spice this up a little bit. Do we have any questions in the chat before anything to catch up on? Real quick, let's maybe do some shouts on the questions.
There we go. Okay, so Melvin says it's a show Ghost Bait. Melvin, yes, I think that's it.
I think that it was a while back.
And
maybe
that may have been it. I think that was it. I don't know.
That's probably
I think Tony left. Charlie says, I remember the first time I went to the seminary. A few days passed, and I woke up in the early morning to my cat acting weird. And there was a figure standing at the foot of my bed. I couldn't make out any facial features, but had an older-looking hat on, and it was the only time I seen something at home like that. I think that things from Madison Seminary, I think that they do tend to like to follow people home. And they'll mess with you for a couple days, and then they go back.
Charlie has been out quite a few times out here in Madison. And he has had some wild experiences. This building affects people. And I've never got to talk to Charlie. Charlie's listening now. I don't really cross over experiences. He is in that category of individuals that they seem to be more sensitive to it. You know who he would probably want to talk to is John Ward. John has had very interesting experiences here at Madison. It reminds me of Charlie. It's just very intense, stop you in your spot kind of moments. And it's funny how the building kind of bounces on people differently. You know, some people, we're not all built the same, right? Some of us are more shielded. Some of us are more guarded. Some of us are more open. Some of us, who knows, we could be using the term ghost bait correctly. Maybe ghosts are attracted to certain people than others. But that is good. I remember Charlie actually sharing that story with me, and it actually ties back to the cat stuff we were talking about, and cats being sensitive and be able to see stuff. But let's throw some wild card theories out there and stuff. You know, I was actually talking to my dad about this. We're talking about the time traveler theories, and that you're getting all these reports of UFO ships and stuff like that. And it makes you wonder, is it our own military that has the abilities and we see this technology later? Like a lot of stuff like 4K TVs. The military had this way before we did, before it became public sector. You know, there are aircraft that we're not aware of that's probably being tested at Area 52, because it's not Area 51. Area 51 is a dummy site. But there's another site probably where they are testing this stuff that we won't know about for another maybe even 50 years. Mm-hmm. Or is this a time traveler thing going on that perhaps, let's get deep, rabbit hole for a second, perhaps we are being studied by people. Perhaps time travel is real. Okay? It would be very interesting for people to go back and study certain things of how perhaps our society is trying to handle death. And it would be very interesting for people from the future to come back and be like, this is how they coped with death. They were really trying to find the answers. It could be something about these areas that give off, maybe places with a lot of death. There's a buildup of energy. Perhaps that's something the future is interested in. There's something, we can't create for energy. Maybe they found a way to harness this. Then you have other topics like simulation theory. This is something I talked about too. Have you heard about simulation theory?
I have.
It's basically the Matrix, but
yeah,
Elon Musk was having a conversation about this stuff, and he brought it up first, and he said, being as advanced as we are now, it is actually possible that we are in a simulation created by another culture of our own. And I was saying to my dad, how crazy would it be if all life is a simulation? We're literally babies in the Matrix, and we are being tested through a lifetime to see the choices and decisions we'll make and what kind of people we'll be, when we're done. And the environment we're put in right now is a very similar environment to what the simulation is trying to create with the real world. But they're inserting the factors, the people we interact with. The AI is so intelligent that the AI has no idea it's AI. And I only say this because something very peculiar happened to me the other day. And okay. All right. So this is going to sound crazy. I was walking through Walmart, and all of a sudden, this song pops in my head. You know that one Fetty Wap song, 379, I think it is? Let me see that. Rewind that one more time. Is that familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's that guy. He's that rapper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that song, for some reason, played in my head. And this is what's ridiculous, dude. Have you ever heard the word spore used in a conversation at all?
A spore?
Spore.
I mean,
okay.
I get in some, but yeah, okay.
In that rap song, the one rapper says, "I'm gonna spore her," which basically saying, I believe he's trying to be romantic and saying he's gonna have sexual relations with her. So I just remember, I'm just thinking of the song. I wasn't thinking of that particular line, but I do remember when I heard that rap song. That's the only time I've heard the word sport. It caught me off guard when I was listening to the lyrics. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? Come around the aisle, and there are these two kids, probably 9 or 10, running around. Their mother's trying to get control of them. Typical, mother and kids kind of thing. And the kid says something, probably says the word sport to her. And the mother goes back, "Oh, you better stop it or I'll spore you then." And I was like, whoa, wait a second. And it was one of those moments, and I don't want to sound crazy because I don't want my stock value to drop, but it's those moments like that make you sit back for a second thinking, what are the odds? I was just thinking about that song, but in that song is that word, and these kids are over here saying that word. It's almost like it's taunting with you. Like if this is a program, it's taunting with you. Like, you're crazy. We're going to put this little tweak in there. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy when stuff like that happens. When you kind of like have a thought or you just bring something up in casual conversation, and then the next thing you know, something else. That kind of stuff does actually happen a lot. It's kind of like deja vu. I used to, when I was younger, I got deja vu a lot more than I do now. But it's still, to me, with the basic understanding that I have of it, I would pretty much categorize those pretty close to the same thing. But it does show like how everything is connected. Or what about that time when you're thinking about that person and then that song comes on the radio?
Yep.
I mean,
they text you out of the blue and you haven't talked to them for how long?
Right.
And
exactly.
And for people listening, this still is under the paranormal umbrella. Okay, like these are all paranormal things that you can talk about that don't make any sense when you look at it. Like, it doesn't think it makes any sense in that aspect. It's just like life is crazy, okay? And when you have things like religion or anything that we grow up into, we were born into this world and we were told this is how it works. You made a very valid point earlier that did our generation reject religion? Do we pass that on to our kids? Like, you don't see a lot of Gen Xers, going to church. Again, this isn't an attack on religion, but it's like the one thing about our age group is we're very aware. We're very observant and seeing things, and we've questioned a lot of things, and I think that's why these conversations are opening up. A lot of us are refuting what we were told. We didn't just come into this world and believe what we're told.
Right. It's true. We questioned it. And I think that people are, I don't know if people are necessarily maybe not as connected with God or the higher power. I think that they're just trying to find other ways. I've noticed a lot more people being accepting of, Wicca and other spiritual types of religious beliefs. It just seems to be, I don't know if it's like a fad type thing or what, but it seems like it's growing in popularity for sure to me, or it could just be the fact that I've now been in the paranormal for umpteen years, so I'm just surrounded by it. So, but it's just a personal experience, personal thing that I've kind of witnessed for myself, though.
No, and I
so I don't know,
like,
but go ahead.
In the paranormal, though, we do get exposed to a lot of things we normally wouldn't. Wiccan religion and all those things. And you're right. That is on the rise. I had seen reports that the Catholic Church was dying as far as like there wasn't new blood entering the church as much. You're seeing a lot of modern religions take some hurt. I guess I don't know. I think what's intriguing to me is maybe when you do your research, it's just I find it so hard. When these archaeological sites are found and they date back 10,000 years and they date back 20,000 years, and you think something's got to be peculiar about this. Man has always held on to religion. You find ancient Sumerians, right? They're writing tablets talking about the Anunnaki coming down, the sky gods. A lot of all of our earlier religions have a lot of similarities to them. I don't know. It just finds peculiar. I find it very peculiar. It's very hard because at the end of the day, and who's right? We have a lot of conflict on what the end game is, and that's just humanity getting their hands in the hole with too many hands in the pot. But I don't know. So
I don't know either. Who knows? That's what we're all trying to figure out, right? And we go through life and we all try to be the best person we can be, or maybe you don't give a crap and you're not the best person you can be, but we're all trying to go through life and find our own level of contentness, right? But there are people like you and I who maybe we had experiences, or maybe it's just through thought, just became curious to what is next? What is on the other side? Why is it weird to look in a mirror sometimes? I don't know. And then we just took it to the next level and we decided to go into the paranormal field. And I think that it's great to watch it grow. There's certain things I worry about now, because just as I was getting in the paranormal is when the TV shows were like starting to get really big, and now it's like there's so many shows out there. It's kind of crazy, and so I just kind of worry that maybe some people just into it now for game. It's not a game. There's a big risk in what we do. You and I, we both have children. We have family that we go home to, And there's a big risk every time we go to a location. There's a big risk that we're taking. It's not a game. We're taking big risks to try and get the answers that we're looking for, or if somebody's looking for help. The big reason why I like to go to historical locations is not only to help the locations, but also because I want a better understanding so that I can help people. That's why I got into paranormal. When I got into paranormal, it was hard. It was hard to find somebody that needed help, and I wanted to help people. And so, and it's like cliche today, but that's why I got into it. And you go to these places and we learn. And to go to these places to learn, there's a lot of risk because there's a lot of unknown, and a lot of the unknown can be dangerous, especially if your intentions are off. And so then let's say you go investigating with somebody you don't really know very well. You meet them on Facebook, social media, somewhere, and you're investigating somewhere, and you're with somebody whose intentions are off. And then you end up paying the price for that. It's crazy, but people don't show that on the TV shows. They just show people in these places having these crazy experiences, and people are like, I want to experience that. And so I don't know. That's my biggest concern, is that people are treating it more like a game, and it's not a game. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. What do you think about that?
I have to agree. There are things. I can't say every investigation I've been on has there been something crazy where I felt I'm in danger. Mm-hmm. But now, with that said, there absolutely have been ones where I think I might have pushed the envelope a little too hard, and I may have pissed something off. We're dealing with something that we don't understand. We don't know we don't understand what we're making angry, I guess, at the end of the time. And if there are people that are deceased, they have the advantage over us. They have the element of surprise. Even as I'm talking to you right now, dude, I've had some weird feelings. I'm in the back house. And, it's anytime we have these kind of conversations, it makes you wonder, like, do they listen? It's like we do tours. We know they're listening. But midway through the tour, I heard something. I'm actually really curious. It probably happened about maybe 40 minutes ago. I heard something slide on the table over here. There's a table right over here.
Oh, yeah.
And I was listening to you, but I kept listening behind. I'm like, what is that? And at first I thought it sounded like something sliding up against the wall, and then something slid on the table. I was just trying to listen. But, we don't know. If that is what I think it is, and something did slide behind me, then we're dealing with something that has the ability to manipulate things on our side. Not the first time I've seen, objects moved, but now you got to take that into effect. Like any investigator that's seen an object move unexplainably, now we're dealing with something here. There is literally something there that can manipulate the physical. They've gone beyond their side, and they're physically moving ours. The real risks. You're dealing with an enemy that's cloaked, and they can do whatever they want then, So yeah, there are a lot of dangers.
There are. I mean, now you're lucky. You got Becca. So Becca, I'm sure that with her gifts, and they're extremely amazing gifts, if there's something going on that's not okay from an investigation, I'm sure that she taps into that and it's gone. So
her radar's good. Radar's really good.
It is. I've seen her in action for short periods of time, a couple times, and every time, it's amazing, and it's crazy, and so when you have somebody like that, though, it's great to have something like that because that gives you a certain level of protection that maybe someone else doesn't have. So
right.
And plus, you are experienced investigator, right? Or you can say seasoned. But when you have somebody who's, I don't know, you have somebody who's just into it, and they, if you make any spirit mad, it can affect you in ways without you even realizing.
It's funny you mentioned that because even like, you come back from somewhere. I remember the House of Wills messed me up. Oh my gosh. I don't think I ever put that on the record or talked about it. And whatever pushed back there, I mean, we did I wouldn't say it's provoking. I think ripples can be openly interpreted as an attack sometimes when it's more of like I consider kind of like dark research, but it's to find something. It's not literally attack. It's more attacking the air than anything than attacking an actual spirit. But after I got back from House of Wills, the way you're saying that it affects people that don't realize is on an emotional balance. And Becca and I have had talks about this, understanding domestic thoughts and foreign thoughts. And she's had some personal stuff. I guess I'll mention the one. I'm sure she's comfortable talking about it, but she had a suicidal thought once. She's never had any thoughts like that. And she had this imagery of a gun up to her head. And she goes, immediately, she's like, that wasn't me. And I was like, what do you mean? She goes, oh, I just know, I guess if I was ever going to do it, I wouldn't use a gun. I would use pills. You know what I mean? So it's almost the imagery of something else trying to manipulate. And she's like, she knew. She's like, that's not my thought. I've had, thoughts cross my mind sometimes. And I'm like, whoa, something will flash through my mind. I know my brain well enough. I know when things don't feel right. And I've had times where something will flash really quick. It might be some violent, I'll be around somebody and I'll just, this flash of violence of me like hitting them or something. It like plays in my head. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. And I'm on reserve. I would never act on it. But I'm like, why did that just flash? Like that's something I had that happen after the House of Wills. When I went to the Villisca Axe Murder House in the very beginning, when I was not even remotely seasoned, and that was provoking. I'm not going to lie. Put an axe over my head and asked him to push it and all that. That's provocation right there. But that was early 2010, Adam Kimmel. But I remember that night having some of the weirdest dreams and hearing a voice in my head telling me to roll over and strangle the guy next to me. And it was just... sometimes you wonder, is it your imagination? Are you psychologically front-loaded because you went somewhere scary? Or and your brain's doing that out of some kind of, I don't know, protocol? Or is it really, sometimes I wonder when you hear about people in prison hearing voices in your head. Maybe not all of them are crazy. But, yeah. So, yeah, I've definitely, it's serious. And there's things actually even right now, I haven't talked about that kind of stuff much because you don't want to be labeled as crazy, but I'm always silent. And when I do hear people talk about these things, I'm always a listening ear. Like I get it. I'm not judging. Like I've experienced this,
Well, paranormal will do that. And right. So if you ever work with I don't know if you've done a lot of private home investigations, that's always like the thing. The paranormal makes you feel crazy when you're living with it. It makes you feel crazy. You're losing your mind. And so it's just that's part of, it's crazy what it can do, how it affects your emotions, your thoughts, and it can even affect the way that you perceive things and react towards certain things. It's pretty crazy. And then, so it can really, really mess you up. Madison Seminary messed me up the first time I went there. So it's, I don't know, but the thing is, the paranormal can mess you up. And you know what, if you're provoking, I don't know, to me, is you just got to make sure that in the end, your intentions are in the right place, because intentions to me are super important. I don't care how you're trying to get communication from spirit. If you're using a spirit board, or if you're using a recorder, or if you're using dowsing rods, I don't care. If you're using had the wrong intentions, then who knows what you could be inviting into yourself. Because no matter what, you're using yourself as a conduit, right? You're trying to reach out to the other side, and we are the conduit to the other side. I think anyways.
If there ever was a code, and this goes back to the very beginning of this chat we're having, we're talking about scientific code and all this kind of things. I guess maybe not even a scientific code, but maybe rules of engagement. I'm a political science major with a minor in international security. So surprisingly, and of course, what do you do with these degrees? You buy haunted buildings and you ghost hunt. But if I can reflect back, counterterrorism was always very fascinating to me, and things we talk about, and rules of engagement. assessing threats. And it's funny how I can still apply a lot of my politics, what I've learned in politics, diplomacy, and for counterterrorism into the paranormal, because you are going into an unknown battlefield and you're up against an enemy that you don't understand their intentions. You may go in thinking you know their intentions, but at the end of the day, you have to treat everything as a hostile until you know. You can't go on the judgment of other teams telling you that, you got this friendly spirit upstairs. That was an analysis of one team over one night, or several teams over individual nights, that the stuff's going to be inconclusive. So, going in, when you provoke, again, rules of engagement, if you feel it is just, which I do not feel a majority of the time it would be, unless you know your target. And again, at the end of the day, it's not easy to 100% guarantee the target. But if you think that target is hostile, then yes, provocation. If you feel that that's going to work, then have at it. But I think a lot of the time teams need to walk in and literally just have a sit-down conversation. Talk to these people like they're human beings. You're going to have a better response, I like taking the psychology behind it. Try to engage them, stimulate a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? And the ripples in time are designed to do that, stimulate a conversation. So,
right.
Yeah,
and you know what? You mentioned that the ripples can be considered a temper provocation. Really, it can be. I mean, you take your ripples, you reenact an event that happened there, and then you put a twist to it. You change it, and it's to get the interaction. Me personally, I think it's great. And you know what? There's times when you got to push that envelope. You've got to, because you're getting that reaction. That's what we're after, is that interaction and getting that reaction. So sometimes you got to push those buttons. But you know what? It's no different than a K Jewelers commercial, pulling those. They call them tugging the heartstrings. That's what they call it. I worked for that company. Oh, we're tugging the heartstrings with St. Jude and the stupid open heart pendant. Sorry, I worked for them for way too long. But that's what same thing though. You're tugging at those strings.
No, it's like with the ripples. Another thing though, it's like showing when you go into a location and you're asking these spirits to knock or ask them what color they like and what was their favorite food. Dude, Shawn, if you and I died and it was 100 years from now, we get pissed off. We didn't. This is not what it's about. I don't care what my favorite color was to tell you. We're not. That's not what we're looking for. But if you maybe get our attention, maybe we're stuck in some kind of limbo where we're not understanding where we are. But if you refresh our memories, for example, older people that are suffering from dementia, sometimes they'll play music from their younger years, and that music stimulates it and it brings them back for a little bit to talk, right? Something familiar stimulated them. If you were to smell something, let's say you had a deodorant back from 8th grade, and you sniff that deodorant again, well, dude, you just time traveled, because your brain all of a sudden remembers a bunch of stuff. And what I'm saying is the ripple's designed that way. You get a team that walks into St. Albans Sanitarium, and a team Resident Undead with my group walks in. That one team may be asking general questions where the electroshock was done. Did you shock people here? Did you like doing that to people? Okay, you're probably barking at the air. What if you recreate electroshock? What if you recreate it? And, because just talking is one thing, but all of a sudden you're re-showing them the images. It's not to provoke, it's to jumpstart your mind again. Like, hey, do you remember this? You remember this? Come and talk. But
definitely. Yeah. And that's why I like using trigger objects, because it's for the same.
Another good thing.
Yeah, definitely. So it's just you're turning yourselves into the trigger object. You're doing
in a sense, yeah.
So
that's exactly, yeah.
And I'll tell you what though, when you dressed up as the priest doing that exorcism, that's what I think that's my favorite ripple that you guys hear. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear us still. I'm going to remove us. So I took a screenshot from the video. Yep. Father Kimmel. That was crazy. That was, and it was intense. I mean, to think that there was an exorcism done, and then there you are, and not only was there one done, but it was deemed to not have been successful. And there you are pretending to have one. You have balls of steel, my friend.
I can joke about it right now. I always hide my fear with humor, always. So if I start laughing hysterically, it's I do that in uncomfortable situations, because when I think about those two ripples, I was telling this to somebody, I'm starting to learn this in the last 10 years of doing this, and I feel like I'm losing myself a little bit. I psych myself out before we do ripples. Like I always thought it'd be cool to be an actor. I just took different routes, but like doing a ripple is my one chance. Like, and I don't say like being an actor, but like I try to tap into that person. I try to be that role, right? And I don't try to be Adam Kimmel when I do a ripple. Like when I walked in as a priest, I think, okay, I want you to be this badass, angry priest. You're going after a demon. And I just go into autopilot. And it was actually eerie to watch the footage back, because there are moments I'm watching my facial expressions, I'm watching my eye movements. I have some of those things. I don't think the word blackout, because I do know a lot of the time what I'm doing, but sometimes I won't remember little cues that I'm doing. And it's just like you get so involved in the scene. You're doing it to stimulate. The better you act it, the better the reaction you're going to get from them, because a spirit knows what a shit job looks like. Like, it's just like, oh, look at these people up. I'm trying to scare the shit out of them with the reality of it. Like, this is really happening. And in that ripple, you actually see, I didn't realize this until the review. Like, Ashley, when I yell, I remember I got so angry at one point and I said, show us. I yelled it.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm wanting that moment. I wanted something to fly off a table. And Ashley, she like quivers. And that's when I realized, yeah, those two ripples were pretty hard on her too, because she does get scared at these locations. It's psychologically rough on everybody, when you really understand what we're doing. But you just see the uncomfortableness in her. And then when I yell, show us, watch her shudder. It gave me chills. And I'm like, she felt that moment. And in the second ripple, when she went up the stairs and I started banging on the wall, like, she dunks down her head and she holds her head. That's not acting. That's her scared in the moment. And maybe that's what was so successful with the second ripple as well, is that emitting that real fear. Like, Ashley's great bait for that. Like, she really does emit honest fear the whole time. And her being in that closet and shaking and bottling her head up, dude, it gave me chills, because it looked like something out of a movie,
Yeah, and you know what? That you actually reminded me of something. Okay. Back when I was a little Shawn, I was a little bit of a swimmer. And so I was a really strong swimmer. So I moved from Shaker Heights to Chagrin Falls. These are communities in Cleveland. I stopped swimming. And but one day I was at the rec center, and they wanted to do a random test on the lifeguards, and somehow I got wind of it. I was like, hey, I was on the Shaker swim team. I'm a strong swimmer. I'll jump off the diving board and pretend like I'm drowning, whatever. But what's in it for me? They let me swim for free for like a while. So I was like, okay, sweet, let's do this. So I jump off, and there's a moment when I was sitting there pretending to drown, splashing in the water, that I did kind of lose myself. And I was like, I had to remind myself, you're not really drowning. Yep. So I could definitely see. I mean, you're pretending to do something and you're in that situation. And so that I don't know, it's weird that you kind of brought that kind of remind me of that.
It's something like when I talk about it, it alarms me a little bit. It's good. It's pushing the envelope. When we were doing the Madison ripple, the buried ripple, and I was pretending to be a superintendent, I felt genuine anger. I remember, like, when I pushed the guys, I look back in the video and I'm like, I'm pushing a little bit harder than play acting, And in the moment, again, I'm not an actor, but it's just in that moment I try to pretend what it would be like, be that person. Get in that mode, and you are for the next 20 minutes. You are that person, and it's. I guess it's always been that way. Even back in 2013, I almost choked Chris out. Oops.
Oops.
It's Dom's factory. We were two priests arguing. It was the two priests, and it was about molestation. And I end up taking my robe, a piece of my robe, and I take it around his neck. And I did this, and Chris will vouch to this today. When they fell to the ground, all we had to do was fall to the ground and just stay still and let the recorders run. He had to, like, a minute in, remind me. He went to gulp, and my grip was still around his neck. And I didn't realize it. You know what I mean? I was so, like,
yeah.
And I didn't mean to. He gulped very casually because he knows we have to be quiet. Recorders are running. And he gulped to, like, kind of say, hey, man, you're borderline killing me. You know. So.
Right. Yeah. Wow. And so then you're doing this. And then have you ever had a time when you did these ripples? Because I know you've done a lot of these. Has there ever been a time where you may have felt like you were being influenced by spirit as you're doing it?
More recently than anything. If that is happening, more recently, like Hinsdale, God, dude. It's just eerie because I edit all the footage, right? So
yeah,
it's weird. Like, it's not like I do this and then somebody else edits it and I just see a final cut and I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Right.
I get a lot of moments that don't make the cut. And it wasn't a red flag until Hinsdale when I started looking at there's stuff that didn't make the cut, right? Obviously, the ripple may go on for 4 minutes in the episode, but that's 20 minutes worth of filming. There are some sequences we don't use because it didn't fetch a response. So, you know, there may be more of the argument in the living room. There's like 3 different like 3 more yelling pieces. We do it because you need as much ammunition as possible, but we concised it to just the ones that got hits. And it still plays the sequence out correctly, but as I'm looking at some of them, it's just like, I don't know. You feel like it's not play. It doesn't feel like play. It feels like I don't know. But yes, Hinsdale's one. I felt it at Madison for the return episode. I'm trying to think of another one that may have bothered me where I felt it was a little out of body. Phil's Folly when Ashley was chained up. It's I've noticed it's in the darker ones where I have to play a villain.
Yeah.
It's those roles. If I have to play a villain, it's almost like going to a dark spot in your head and letting that out of a cage, letting it come out and play, because we all have a dark side. And I think in those situations, I let something out of a cage just for a brief amount of time. And sometimes I've got to, it's like the symbiote, you know, I got that, you know, the symbiote's on me. And Venom, and he's at the wheel for at least 20 minutes, but I can put him back in the cage. But watching what is done, it really puts enough energy into the air. That's what it's supposed to do, you know. Yeah.
And I know from filming that there are you do a lot of filming and so little makes it on the camera. I mean, your video is an hour long. You're investigating there for probably 8 hours. Now, how about the filming that you're doing before that? That's probably about 12 hours before that. So
usually we push ourselves. Well, we kind of routine 20 hours is usually somewhere between 15 to 20, let's say.
Wow.
Usually Becca and Ashley join us later. It's usually, you know, Wolliver, Chris, myself, and Eric that'll get there first. You know, pre-production starts about 8 in the morning. I always ask locations, like, listen, we're all respectful. We just need on to do B-roll. From 8 to about 3 in the afternoon is all B-roll. It's strictly drone work. It's strictly B-roll in the house or the location. Take maybe an hour break if we can. And then you got to set up base. There is no downplay. It's really, it sucks for the crew. And it's why I always have Becca show up late. I need her to rest up. I need Ashley to rest up. I need them in their A game that night, because doing an investigation and starting at 8 in the morning and ending at 4 in the morning, by the time you get to investigate, you're just a zombie. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
I remembered Phillips Folly. Ugh, I'm sure this footage will eventually get out, but I'm leaning up against the wall. I blacked out. I literally blacked out because I was so exhausted. Put my hand up against the wall, and Ashley's loving it. She's dying laughing because I'm making no sense. I literally go into this part where I'm like, all right, now we're going to head down to the basement. And literally all my words spew together after that. There's this blank look, and I just lean and I rest up against the wall. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, and I even looked at them on camera, and I'm like, I don't know what we're doing right now, and I don't know where we're supposed to go. And it's just like that physical exhaustion. Like, you push yourself. I should air that. I should put that footage on Instagram or something. It was actually kind of creepy. Like, you hit that wall, dude. And even and Chris is laughing. He's done it. He's hit that wall. It's happening. But yeah, man, you got to push yourself for these things.
You do, and you know what? I mean, Eric McGill is always pushed himself. He really is. It's crazy. I couldn't do what he does. He goes, and I'm sure you do the same thing. But we go for an investigation, and as soon as he shows up, boom, it's go time. And then it's go time, and he's filming, he's interviewing, he's doing this, he's doing that, and it's go time until it's time to pack up the equipment and finish up the investigation.
Yeah.
I never had to do that. I'm a horrible cameraman. I am. I've tried doing camera work for Ectovision, and I suck at it. I don't have a steady hand. My hand's always too like shaky, or I don't know, or like my ADHD will come into play, and I'll be like, what, or I'll be that camera guy where I'll stop. My ADHD will come again. I'll be looking with my eyes and now at the camera, and the camera, meanwhile, is going down to the ground. So
that happens.
I'm a horrible cameraman. So Eric didn't like to use me very often. But the amount of work and the amount of time that they would go there, they would show up there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'd leave 4 o'clock in the morning. Yep. Sometimes we wouldn't leave until 11 o'clock in the morning the next day.
Yep.
So yeah.
Eric,
so.
Kill everybody. Like, not all girls wear capes. And in the paranormal, dude, Paranormal Underground, it's how I kind of found you guys at first. I would watch teams, and I could tell when I saw Ectovision, I was like, dude, these guys work. I applaud any team that puts together a production, because I know what goes into it. And when I saw the work of Ectovision, I was like, dude, these guys came to play. Like, this is not BS right here. And Eric was with us at Hinsdale, and Eric is that way. He showed up a little bit later because he had to come in, and he got there at 5. We chatted for 2 minutes, just like, hey, how's it going? A little catch up. I always try to say that because Eric and I get right down to work, and I'm like, I said for 2020, Eric, we actually have to ask each other how our lives are doing instead of just jumping right into work with each other. Within 2 minutes, straight Terminator mode, and we're just mowing Hinsdale down before anyone else got there. And he's a machine, dude. He's awesome at what he does.
Yeah. You know what got me the most as an investigator? You do all this time, you set up all these cameras, you do all this for these productions. My first experience at the Hinsdale House, right? I left my backpack. I left my backpack. I always bring to every investigation. I keep my snacks in there and whatever else in there. That's my man purse. So I go and I get my backpack, and I literally felt like I was chased into the house from my car. So I hastily, as with my bad back and everything, I rushed into the house and I closed the door quickly. And right after I closed the door, you hear this boom, something slammed onto the door right behind me, right after I closed it. It wasn't the screen door. The screen door had closed. Something pounded on the door after. So that was crazy. And then moments later, on the Ectovision video, you see the REM pod going off on the coffee table inside. That happened just moments after that.
I remember seeing that.
The Hinsdale House is a crazy, crazy place. And if you have a chance to go during the summer,
Yeah.
There's something outside. I'll tell you what, man. I saw this thing. I've never seen anything like it ever. Not in a dream, not in anything. Never seen anything like this creature that I saw going up that trail of the woods. Like it was this creature.
Yeah, it had horns.
Yeah, it had horns, kind of like almost had like a deer face, but a human body, big black eyes. And I was seriously like so scared that I picked up sticks. Like it looked physical, right? Like I treated it like it was a bear or something because I've done a lot of camping. I started taking these sticks to make myself look bigger. I started yelling. That's like I thought there was a physical creature out there. There's something crazy. I don't know.
We unfortunately did not get to partake because it was snowing and it was cold.
Yeah.
But if we could have got there during warm weather, actually my plan was to investigate outside as well. It may have turned the investigation into a different direction because there was so much to do in the house still. But one of my goals was to investigate outside, but it was just the temperatures were, it was going to be rough. You guys had a very good time, good weather.
Yeah, we were lucky. We were really lucky with the weather. And that's up in the mountains. That had to be cold. Like it gets cold here. It had to have been really cold.
Well, I'd like to give a shout out to DJI and their Phantoms because I put that to the test. We had sleet, snow, and I'm like, man, I got to get drone shots. And you actually can see in some of the drone shots water touching the lens because it's sleeting. And I'm like, I got to do it. The day before, there was a malfunction with the update. So I'm like, well, shit. Then I went the next day, got it updated because we were there 2 days. The first day was B-roll, and then the second day was the actual investigation. And I had to fly that drone in the sleet, dude. And I'll tell you what, man, those Phantoms, they come to play because I'm pretty sure I thought the thing was going to crash with the weather conditions, but pulled it off.
Those Phantoms, they are crazy. Oh, I wish I could afford one. I'll tell you what, my cousin, he has one that he used just for fun. He lives up in California, and he was up in the mountains getting this really cool drone footage, and he lost his drone up way up in the trees in the mountains. It's so some trees now growing around a Phantom drone. I couldn't imagine.
Worst.
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, I've to earn your pilot wings, you got to at least crash 2 of them. So I've crashed 2 Phantoms, and third's a charm. But it does take the production to a whole new game because you can pull off some amazing shots that look Hollywood, and people would be impressed. You know, you don't need to spend a lot of money on this expensive stuff. Like just learn how to fly your basic Phantom 3 to Phantom 4. They have the Mavics, the Mavic Pros out there. Those are also great, but if you're on a budget, Phantom 3, Phantom 4 is what I use, the Phantom 4 Advanced. But even the Phantom 3, you can do a lot of powerful stuff with it. It's just like a video game. You know what I mean? Put some time into it. You treat it like a video game, and you will come up with cinematic shots that are just whoa. You know.
I know. I'm always too scared to touch it. I know they're expensive, and wow. So that is a real. I mean, you guys. First of all, you guys have some really amazing equipment to use. I saw McGill using a I don't even know what it's called. The thing that you put the camera on, it moves on a track.
Yeah. Oh,
automatic.
It's
like a camera trick. Yeah, yours is automatic. Like usually, it's like you gotta like manually move it at the right speed or whatever.
Nope. So him and I
you don't mess around. They got remote control cameras and shit.
We talked about that. Like him and I invested in one, and he invested in one. And it sucks because in the game you have to drop a lot of money to figure these things out. And you can watch videos of people giving you their advice, but until you test it yourself, you're not going to know. And the first one we bought, something malfunctioned on it, but we took it around Madison and we did some crazy trick shots with it. Like he called this one shot the creeper, that you can come up at like a 85-degree angle, but then you let the camera swivel another way. Dude, it's cinematic. Like, you can do so much stuff, and it beats the old way, because I used to have a dolly where you had to push it manually, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay, you're a human pilot, and there's going to be human error, because you can't always make a perfect glide. It's all by your feel of pushing it.
Right.
Now with this device, we can program the speed, and literally we can sit back. Eric and I can sit back. We can program, okay, we want this speed. Here's our parameters from A to B of how far this thing's going to go. And we're just going to let it go back and forth. And we literally let it zip by 2 times, and you got your shot. It comes to the point where you want to get as much footage as you can, as fast as you can, but as efficient as possible. And that's the great thing about, Eric, as I nicknamed him, Mr. Data. He calculates this stuff, and he is just a beast.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely that. If you have a question, no, I'm not going to do that to him. He's a very smart guy, though.
Yes.
He already. I was going to say, if you have a question, he's a good person to go to. But it's like,
another shout out, Dave Wooliver. Like, I've been slowly assembling the Marvels, the Avengers, and David Wooliver is another one. Actually, I met Dave first. Dave, back in 2011, very early, he was making videos, because like on YouTube, that's how I kind of found Paranormal Teams. I was trying to see who was putting cinematic stuff together, and I found Wooliver that way. He had that passion as well, and he does amazing stuff too. When my power team is when they're both together on the ground, because they helped with the Madison production, and dude, it just runs like clockwork. It's literally like a full-blown production company. Everything's easy, because you got to remember, like, in these investigations, you're on the go, and it's just very easy when cameras are ready, cameras are charged, we know what we're attacking, our sound check is good. There's a lot that goes into making a good episode. You understand from seeing Activision what he had to do for Activision. Right. You're trying to bring the viewer into that investigation with you, and that's tough. And having good audio and good cameras, man, it all plays a factor. So it's a rough game.
But what's awesome is, like, what was really cool about Activision was watching everything. Just like each video got better and better, the production got better and better. Yeah. We got better and better with each investigation. And I'll tell you what, watching RU get better and better it's been a treat, man. You guys definitely don't hold anything back. It's hard to find true entertainment, I think, anyways, in my personal opinion. You guys are great to watch, and you guys get that interaction that we all want to see too. So, and it's so cool to watch you guys. If you go back to Resident Undead's YouTube channel, go back to the earliest video you can find, and then compare it to their last 2 videos. God, yeah. Holy cow!
It's so cringeworthy, because like you watch.
Oh, but it's excellent though. You get to witness the learning process, right?
You see the learning. You see, like, it was Domsville Rectory. I kind of removed it. Like, once I brought Ashley on board, I had finally assembled it to where I wanted it. So I had Ashley, and so I started it there. I just rebooted. Like, there were probably maybe 17 other RU episodes, but brought Ashley in, and you just see now. Ashley and I had been friends for 10 years prior to this, so we had that genuine relationship. Beck and I already filmed a few episodes, like 3, and Chris a little bit farther than that. So, but you do see that growth, and it's just like Activision. You have that natural chemistry with each other, and that's what plays into an important investigation, because you're all in the same frequency. So you move as one unit, and right now, between Becca, Chris, Ashley, and myself, we move as one unit. It's, as I love to use the reference of like the Spartan phalanx. When we do something, you have to move as one, and that keeps the investigation going so smoothly. But then if you watch like Saddamsville Rectory, dude, we were babies. We were babies.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that connection is huge in an investigation. When you're with somebody and you're investigating, your energy feeds off of each other.
Yes.
And I swear, when you're with somebody who you connect well with, you get more interaction.
You're right.
So when you have that you have that family, you have that brotherhood. It makes it that much better. It makes a better experience for yourself. So it's awesome. And you guys have been around for, it seems like forever. And you guys are, oh man, I'm telling you, like, man, if you could just compare your very first Madison, I don't even know if that's up anymore, the very first Madison video, compared to your last two when you purchased Madison.
First Madison video was 2011, like my very first one. And then I did one in 2014. Then I did one. Madison was always weird because I grew up an hour 20 from here. Madison was that location when like we needed scheduling and a location fell through. You could always call and be like, I bet Madison Seminary is open on a Saturday. And they were. You know, bookings weren't as heavy here because it was an unknown gem. You know, back before I had the place, people didn't really know about this place.
It was
It was a kind of hidden gem.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember the first time one of the guys I was filming with back in the day, when he said Madison Seminary, I was sitting in we had met at my parents' house to grab something. So I had something over there that I forgot at my place. And I remember we were going to film, I think, somewhere in Massachusetts, or I don't know where we were going. And I remember the moment he goes, dude, have you heard of this place, Madison Seminary? And it was that, I was reminiscing about that the other day of like how things work out. You know what I mean? Like, I would have never imagined this place he's going to talk about. Like, I'm going to own this 6-7 years from now. But he had to do some deep research to find it. Creature you're describing sounds like a Wendigo.
She's talking about the creature I described.
Hinsdale.
Yeah, it does kind of. Yeah. It seems like you guys, Madison is completely different since the first time I was there. And you were there a couple of years before I was there, back when the previous owners owned it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like where we talked about how you guys may have woken some things up with the history, bringing up bringing in new furniture, or not new, but other furniture and other artifacts. You guys also, I think, laid some things to rest there. Mm-hmm. I think that you guys are doing something very right about that place, and I think that it's noticed by the spirits there. What do you think?
You know, one of the goals, well, you know, I got to give a shout out to the Mad Crew again. You know, my dad always says to me that I'm just way too lucky all the time. And it's not, you know, he doesn't understand how all these people have come together and love this. And we're just a bunch of crazies, right? So we've bonded in our crazy. But, you know, with the Mad Crew, the energy, and dude, you've been out here. You've seen, this is one of the most open-minded places you can go to. Everyone feels welcome. Everybody has a good time. And that kind of energy is constantly here every single weekend. That's like sparking a battery to the place. That energy stains the walls. They love the building as much as I do. They take care of it. They're literally the reason it operates all the time. And we put a lot of care into what we put in those rooms, the furniture, how we tell the stories when we do historical tours. You know, yeah, we talk about some dark stuff, but then we always do take note, you know, that we really feel for the women that were here, and some of them that were mistreated, you know, that their memory is still remembered. And it is interesting. It's like some goddamn event horizon, like how the building knows and it's alive. And it's like kind of appreciative, I feel, for the most part. Yeah.
But getting that stuff out there, getting those negative stories out there, I mean, it's like a release, you know. When they tell you when you're going through a hard time, you know, maybe write a letter, draw a picture, whatever, you're getting that negative energy out. You guys are helping the negative energy out. You're getting that story out there. So that's what I think. I think that you guys are doing awesome things for that place, not just by fixing it up and making it beautiful again, but also with the spirits are there. Because, I mean, you guys are definitely keeping it amped up. I don't know what you do to keep that place, because each time is different. There is not one experience at Madison Seminary that is like the other. See, it's like you can go to some locations and you know what to expect from there. You can do that. I think it's safe to say certain locations, you can know what to expect from those locations. Madison Seminary, you never know what you're going to get.
I'm with you. I don't know. I can't tell a team. If a team ever comes up to me, and I've had them, private teams getting ready to set up, and, the one last thing they ask, like, what can we expect? Any things you want to advise us on? I'm like, guys, I can't. I can tell you, but I guarantee you it's going to be different. You know what I mean? You know how it is, man. It's a wild card. All the time.
It is. Just follow that and follow that gut. That place. Follow your gut. Oh.
If you feel like you want to walk into a room, walk into that room.
Right.
That's all I can tell you, man. And trust me, weird stuff's gonna happen.
That's true. So Melvin asked a question, but first I want to ask you a question, and you can choose whether or not to answer it. Okay. And I don't mean to bring up like old nonsensical drama, but you also worked very closely with RCI.
Right.
Okay. Now you have Madison. And I believe that there has to be a relationship with the building.
Yes.
Right. So how would you compare just the relationship to the buildings? Like, how would you compare the relationships between getting to know Madison and getting to know RCI?
So RCI was back in 2015. And I put a lot of love and care. It was like my first, first love into it. Still love that building. And yes, what you put into the building does count. And that first year I was there, the place was great. The energy was good. It was just like Madison. Like there was a Madison before Madison. It was Randolph County. And then due to a shiesty business deal, and this is what I've learned about business, you know what I mean? There are some people that exploit the paranormal. And as much as I tell people, like, you go to the Randolph County Infirmary, that's fine, but know that your money is not ever going to go back into that building. But the energy's also changed there. And there were people that still, hung out there after we left, and it's fine. They were still going to go there, but I've had so many of them come forward and say, dude, that building, it doesn't feel the way it used to. And really? I really think that maybe it plays a factor of those who own it, a factor of the crew that runs it. Dark energy, dark people. It will blanket over that location because energy's energy.
It's true.
And you look at the leadership of RCI versus the leadership of Madison, and it's completely light and literally it's like light and dark. And yeah, the energy's changed. But so a location can change that quickly. But yes, it was my first love. Now with Madison, I've run it the same way I would have ran Randolph, but Randolph is not run that way remotely. And like I said, teams have reported in, dude. It's just that's it.
Right. I was more curious as just to like with the difference between the relationship of the two, with, I don't know if maybe spiritual or the type of connection, like you definitely have a connection with Madison. I think
definitely
probably going to Madison every day probably is really hard to avoid that connection. But did you have like that kind of connection with that building, or would you say? I mean, of course, you've been with Madison now longer, so you're going to have that stronger connection. I'm just kind of wondering because I mean, very few people get to have the opportunity to run or own a haunted location, let alone two. So it just kind of like crossed my mind. What would it be like to actually compare the two owning two haunted locations, which were very much almost alive spiritually?
Yes. Did I have it's weird because I had a connection with RCI. I still love that building a lot, but it was weird because the attack, I guess, like when I look at Madison, actually, when I first got Madison, it was very depressing. Like it just had nothing to do with the exit of RCI. It was just the energy of Madison at first.
Oh,
she was the girlfriend we have today.
Right.
So, like, icky, dude.
Yeah. Oh, that
is dirty, but it felt weird. I remember, and I'm not a depressed kind of person. Like, I feel like I'm like an optimistic, happy. That first year of having Madison, dude, I had to struggle with inner just feelings. Like I just felt depressed, and which was weird. I should be on top of the world. Like, dude, we just got Madison. You know, good things are coming. But I was just so down on myself for that first year. And
that town put you guys through the ringer.
We did get through the ringer, and maybe that was a lot of like just hard stuff I had to go through to get the building open. Where RCI was like, got the building, and they were like, have fun with it. Like they didn't care what we did; they just wanted the tourism. So, yes, it was a little depressive, but then it turned into like, dude, I love that place. Like I'm here now. I can't talk about it in the third person. Like I love this place, and it is. I get it for investigators. It would be cool. I share with everybody. Like I said, Shawn, I tell you, like, come out whenever. You know, we do flashlights and stuff, and I always want to give that access to the paranormal because I don't want to feel like I'm a certain privileged to do that by myself. This is what it's about. You know, sharing it with everybody as well. Because it's even hard at times to say that I'm the owner of Madison Seminary. Because I'm still like a kid at heart. You know what I mean? Like I sometimes walk out. When I walk out of the back house to go grab something, I look at the building. I'm like, holy shit, look at that thing. You know, like it doesn't occur to me sometimes. So yeah, I own that. But yeah, but it is a different kind of relationship. It is weird. Like I feel like a weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's fascinating. It's really interesting. Like to walk through the building by yourself, like literally, just you're here alone. And even if it's, I don't really like doing it at nighttime. I'd do it if I have to, but like what I really do enjoy is the daytime walks. And I'm alone on the property, and I just no mission, just walking through hallways, just kind of looking. There's just this weird sense of awe and accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like a weird chapter, and here we are. All of us have cemented ourselves in the chapter. All of our names will be remembered. We've made videos of ourselves doing this stuff, and then here we are in this moment. I'm just standing in the building, and it's just we pulled off one hell of an accomplishment, dude.
Oh,
and I say that with you and everybody that's come out from Madison. Like, dude, this is a win for the paranormal. Like, what we did is like, this is like founding father shit, and we just beat the British, dude. Like, we pulled off one hell of a. It's crazy. It's if people knew the backstory of how close this wasn't, like, even though I purchased it, if people knew how close we were to this not even happen, this reality almost didn't happen. It was a fight, like a huge fight, dude.
It was.
And we pulled out on top.
You did it, man. You did it. You are a magnificent freaking leader. When I talk to Eric McGill and I talk about Adam Kimmel, I talk about, man, that guy is one incredible leader. I'm like, oh. I was like, if I am to follow somebody into a battle, I want to follow freaking Adam Kimmel.
Thank you, man.
Because he's going to lead us in the battle, and we're all going to be freaking smiling and having a good time doing it. And we're going to fucking win.
So true.
We're going to win too, man. So it's not
we're going to have a good time while we do. And that's literally what it was, dude. Madison's like rise to power. Dude, it was like fun. Like you talk to anybody out here, it's like it never feels like work. It's just like it's fun, dude. It is fun all the time. But it's crazy the amount of work that's gone into it. And anyone you talk to out here, it never feels like work. We always joke about it. Long flashlight tours, like when you were with Denise until like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
We just lose track of time, and it doesn't even feel like we're doing an actual job. It's like we're showing people our playhouse. You know what I mean? And it's crazy, dude.
So speaking of, do you know that we've been on for 2.5 hours? This is what I love about having this podcast. It's like you get in these conversations, you go down these rabbit holes, and next thing you know, it's freaking like 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock,
yeah.
But luckily, you know, being paranormal investigators, 11 o'clock, it's 10:30, whatever. You know, well,
this is like our afternoon. This is our afternoon.
Right.
It's like our,
right. It's like dinner time. So, Melvin, he wants to know. He says, "Here, I'll pull it up here." Question: don't know if this was answered or not, but where does your passion in regards to paranormal come from? Both, and he says, both of you guys just light up when you speak about the unknown. So he wants to know, where does your passion come from? I don't know. Maybe how did you get started in paranormal? What got you interested?
Growing up in life, I always felt like I was being pushed in directions. Well, first off, let me rewind to like early young Kimmel. I grew up on Star Trek. All right, I'm proud to say it. I'm a nerd in a jock's body, and so like I grew up on Star Trek. So I always loved nerdy stuff, right? And so I always had an imagination, and I'm like I'd like to consider myself a futurist. Like I'm always looking towards where are we going? What are we trying to build here? So my entire life, though, proceeded through high school, and anytime I'm in something, I try to be the best at it I can. But like, I'm a team player. Like you've seen how I lead. I love situations where everybody wins. I really do. Like what's the point of winning if you can't share it with everybody? Like there are people that want to win in life, and it's like, you want to be at the top of the mountain by yourself, or would you like to be at the top of the mountain with your friends celebrating? There is a huge difference. And I'm Italian, so I love entourages and people, so I'm always going to pick the latter. But like, go through high school, I became senior class president. Was a lot of friends with people in my high school, tried to bring everybody together. But then the next phase happens, and I remember having a conversation with my mom. Like, I graduated from high school, had very good grades. I guess college is the next step. I didn't really have a direction or a passion yet. And I thought I wanted to get into politics because I was always intrigued by human conflict. And it always, I guess watching Star Trek's all about diplomacy and stuff. So it had to stem somewhere. So I assume it's from there. I was always fascinated with human conflict. But then again, 3 years into college, I just didn't feel it was right for me. I didn't feel like I didn't feel like that's what I want to do. And luckily, I was in a fraternity. I don't know if I should have said luckily before I said that, but I happened to be in a fraternity. And the frat house was haunted. Had some weird stuff go down. And I really wish, if you want to talk about those like videos called lost tapes, if I could show you the VHS, I don't know if they're not 8mm tapes, but VHS maybe, of the weird stuff that happened before we all left that house. Actually, Sci-Fi School Spirits we interviewed for this and we talked about this haunting. If I could find these tapes, wherever they are in someone's trunk, they are scary. They are the stuff. Anyway, I then was watching Ghost Adventures with a girlfriend way back, about almost 10 years ago. And I had made the comment that, it was a Ghost Adventures episode or maybe it was Paranormal State, that hey, these things could be faked. And so she had said to me, why don't you go out and prove it? Why don't you go and prove it to yourself? Take a recorder out 3 a.m, by yourself to a cemetery. That was the best thing she had ever told me to do. And I went out there and I captured my first EVP. Now, my scientific brain was just in awe because now the first time in my life, something really caught my attention. Like, I was intrigued, and all it takes is one EVP. How funny how life could have played out if we didn't have that conversation. I didn't see that episode of whatever and saying, hey, this could be fake. We would be maybe diverted from a whole different timeline. And I went out there, and that one EVP I remember for days obsessing over it. Like, why is that on there? And all it said was help me. It's a very typical Class A EVP, help me. For days and days, that's all I could think about. I actually dropped out of college because of it. My advisor thought I was crazy, but I am I don't know if it's an Achilles heel or it's a good trait, but I'm very compulsive when I make my decisions. Like, if I'm going in, I'm going all in. And I dropped out of college after 5 years to pursue the paranormal because I knew something was wrong in that recorder. It shouldn't have been there. So now I knew something was happening, and I invested all my resources to learning production and doing all that stuff. But the passion it never went away. It was the first time in my life I found something that I was so happy with investing in, and I love it. I love this research. And yeah.
I think that, first of all, Kathy Satori says you kind of did get into politics in a way.
Yeah.
I can see that. Like I said,
Well,
you're a natural leader, so yeah, you just took those leading capabilities that you have, and you saved a haunted location. Actually, I'd say you probably saved at least 2, but
yes,
that's okay.
no, and at the
I
end
think
of the
that's
day,
awesome. Yeah,
history remember. History won't remember these feuds, but they will remember what was still there. So,
yep.
regardless of what happened at RCI, it's saved. And anyone, they can, history is written by the victors, but at the end of the day, it's what it is.
Right.
But you're right. When Kathy's saying politics, one of the other great things about Madison is the unity. Throw the whole paranormal part out of it, but like the unity of people. I just love people getting together and working because, dude, humans are pretty volatile creatures when you think about it. And there's something that tickles me when you can bring so many diverse personalities together to cooperate. And so Kathy's right. She gets it. I see you, Kathy.
Yeah.
It's social. It's a very delicate dance to make sure that everybody's okay. And we've got a lot of different frequencies, and you got to try to balance those frequencies of everybody. And Madison, it's worked. It's really that's what it's all.
It is. And how many people followed you from Indiana?
Oh, a good amount. We got the rain.
Yeah.
It is there was a massive pullout. Because RU pulled out of RCI does not mean it was just us. We had a lot of people that will not walk back into that building until I own it again. Which
I've been there once. I don't plan on going back. Should I say that publicly? I don't know. I just did. So
once. This is like if I died yesterday. I'm taking this new approach for 2020. Like if I died, I'd be so pissed at the things I didn't get off my chest. Like I died without saying it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's true. So, but I do plan on going back to Madison many times more. If not for MadCon 3, are we at now?
I know. 3. Where do the years go, dude? Where do the years go?
How?
On
That's
3.
Crazy.
I believe it's September 18th. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's September 18th. We pushed it back because, as you know, we had the hottest summer last year.
We did. Oh my gosh, it was so hot. You know what? The date. That's right. The date. The date is like, I think it might be right by my wedding anniversary. Something. It was something. But we'll have to make it work.
You better be careful. We don't want to ruin church out here.
Oh, well. Oh, my wife is awesome. She knows.
Yeah.
And she's very supportive. So last year I brought my old team to MadCon 2. And then the very next day I took my wife and my kids to on one of those indoor water parks in Sandusky, and we went to Cedar Point the next day. And it was just like boom, boom, boom. Like that weekend was insane. So we worked together, but she let me do my thing, and she let me go do MadCon, and then we did our family fun. So we find a way to make it all work. So we'll make it work for Mad. We're gonna make it work for MadCon 3. Can't miss that, especially now that I'm in Dark Alley Paranormal. I mean, come on, that's like sacrilege for Dark Alley to miss that. I mean, not that I'm like a huge key of it, but I don't know. I feel like I got to be there, represent.
Dark Alley is an OG of the events. Like they were there from the beginning and the beginning of time. But you got to be. And you know what's funny? We were talking about MadCon. It's funny. I was talking to Savage, Christian named April. You know her, and we were talking about how special this place is, especially when we do these big events. MadCon 3 is like a big family reunion, dude. I was thinking back to MadCon 2 and just how, like, what's so different. Like, when you go to other Paracons, I've been to them before, and it's just so commercialized and just like, I don't know. I feel like I'm talking shit right now, but I'm talking shit. But just like, it just doesn't feel like the sense of all the investigators are there. And then you look back at MadCon 1 and MadCon 2, and it's just like an extended, like, you get all these friends that haven't seen each other for a while, and everybody's reminiscing, and everybody's connecting. It's crazy. It is the coolest thing. You can you can just keep walking around, and you run into people, and everybody wants to talk, and it's just a very unique kind of event for, especially the paranormal. And that's what we get excited about. It's just like, that's that one time a year. Everybody gets back together. And that's why we kind of changed Friday up. You know, we noticed that on Saturday, everybody just wanted to hang out and talk. No one was really investigating. We did a little bit of stuff in the building, but everybody just wants to chat. So we're like, you know what? Friday night is just a big meet and greet. Go investigate if you want to. But for the most part, we're just all going to hang out. And then that lets us bring more people on the ground Friday. And then Saturday, we'll do the real big hunt, about, I think, like 25 people.
Nice.
But it's going to be good as always, dude. And I do have some guests up my sleeve. So it's going to be good. Trust me on this. It's been a very good year for Madison. We've acquired some very new friends. And I think we're going to be seeing some very big headliners joining us for MadCon 3. So actually, it's more than likely. So
I'm excited. Uh-oh. Now my gears are spinning. I'm like,
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, 2020. I put out some feelers there, but I'm telling you, dude, there are things going down. I cannot. It's so hard for me because I want to share this and just yell at the top of the mountains. There is some bigger than MadCon. It's bigger than that, dude. It is the biggest play, and I will be able to announce it soon. But dude, I'm telling you, 2020 is the year, man. 2020 is the year, and it's gonna be busy. It's going to unfold. I already know it's going down, but it's going to be a very busy year and a lot of fun, dude. So, just wait, my man.
I'm excited. I'm really excited. So I know you got to keep a lot of things under wraps, right? So what do you say? A lot of things are coming in 2020. Can you give us a little nibble? A little bit?
Nibble. I could do it. Let's see. Can lightning strike twice?
Uh-oh.
Can lightning strike 3 times? That's what I'll say. Can lightning strike 3 times? Wow.
3. Uh-oh.
I can feel. I'm like Yoda. I can feel the force. I can feel. That's the clue. It's like Blue's clue. What does that mean? Can lightning strike 3 times? And what does that mean symbolically? What could have?
Do we know all 3 times yet?
We know 2.
Okay.
We know 2 lightning strikes. Can a 3rd strike happen?
Kathy Tintori says yes with hearts.
Roll like a big shot. So yeah, it's gonna.
That's awesome. I'm so pumped. And of course, I'll be there.
You'll be a part of this.
Gooseby will be there. You know, the important people.
Everybody.
Heisenberger.
Heisenberg. I'm very glad that you are with, and if I may say this, I'm very glad you're with Dark Alley. Good people. God, Goose and Heisenberg alone. And I do want to say, I do keep tabs on the network. I'm always watching, and dude, you have come a long way with the show. Like, it's always that development of getting into this. You plunged into it. Very proud of you. I always tell Wolver and Eric when we have our little meetings and stuff. Dude, I think very highly of you, and just even like watching the format, even the last show I watched, I'm like, God, just watching the improvements, but sticking with it. Like, I remember when you first started overcoming the technical difficulties. It's just like, because, dude, this kind of stuff's tough. It's tough to people realize even setting these kind of things up. I remember some of your first shows, there were sound problems, and it's like it'll eventually be figured out.
Oh. He brought up
Now
the
here
sound
we are
problem.
riding a Rolls Royce right
Right.
now, a Bugatti compared to the beginning. It's
Right. I mean, we're live on YouTube and Facebook, so that right there. I mean, that to me is I always told Eric and Wolver that I wanted to be do YouTube live, and now here we are. We did it, and I honestly, with Eric and Wolver behind the wheel of this, it's been an incredible ride. Now I have to say, my next show, I am introducing a new co-host. And this co-host is going to take this show to a whole nother level. A whole nother level. It's going to bring so much more. You know what? I'm just going to announce it now because I'm excited. Okay?
Get ready.
Are you ready? Okay. She's in the comments. Actually, she just commented now. It's Zarina Crow. All right? She is a chaos witch and a psychic medium.
All right. Congratulations.
And she is awesome. She's just out there, and it's going to be freaking blast, and she's going to take the show to a whole nother level.
I saw some of the comments, and they're probably she chimed in a little bit earlier. Because I can't see any of the chat.
Yeah, and she actually just commented. She said, "OMG." Yeah, I didn't tell her I was announcing. Honestly, I just announced. I just decided at this moment, the spur of the moment. Sorry.
Oh, you're me, dude. You are just as impulsive, and I love it. Like.
So hey, man, you gotta listen.
Congratulations, Zarina Crow. Congratulations, board.
She's gonna take the show to a whole nother level. I'm telling you, because I'm like the paranormal, like empath guy, and now we've got this freaking amazing psychic Wicca freaking chaos. Oh, it's gonna be cool.
And I will say, I'm proud of all the shows we got here. Yours, Goose. We got Justin Brown with his. You got Ashley Storm and so on. We're adding new shows and stuff. And what I'll say is, what is really cool about this network is just the talent. It's getting this platform together and open-mindedness. You know what I mean? Like, dude, even tonight, the rabbit hole talk. It's just everybody getting together. Let's chat this out. Let's get weird. Yeah. And let's really, dig into stuff. And I'm just proud of the work you do. I really am. And I feel like I don't say it enough. And I don't want to seem like a creep. I don't want to be sliding your DM. Hey, John, saw the show. Saw the show last night. Looking real good. Actually, I did slide in. Actually, I did it on the show telling you, like, nice clean shave. I was loving it.
Yeah.
Heisenberg looking like a young.
Right. I saw that. Yeah. I'll tell you what, this facial hair is my wife is 100% to blame for it. It's literally and figuratively grown on me, so I now actually like it. So
it's funny. I'm trying to, because you didn't have the beard, right? You didn't really do the beard thing.
No, and there's been like I would like grow my facial hair out for like a couple days, and it'd get so itchy that I'd have to get rid of it. So but now I've had it for a while.
It's kind of like a very similar story. So there was one time I stayed at Madison for like 2 weeks, right? Didn't have time to buy a razor, and I'd shower, all these things, and I just let it grow. And I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I want to see what it looks like to be a lumberjack. And it was the longest time, dude. I looked like a homeless person, but it was like getting there. And then finally, I just cleaned it up. I just wanted to see beard now, dude. Beard life. I'm with you. I like it. We're beard brothers, dude. Actually, if anyone examine this, we're pretty close.
We are. We are pretty close.
Like you got more style. Like you cut right in here.
No, that's natural. I didn't cut shit there.
I thought that was Picasso right there. Like
no, this is straight
So you have natural
American
protection. You're telling me right now you didn't use that razor?
No, not at all.
Why does mine fill in? It doesn't do that.
I don't know. It's weird. You know what's funny? Like even like here, like I have to trim this low because it doesn't grow in a lot here. So if I didn't do this, it would just look like crap. It would just look like straggly like hairs. It look like it's weird. Yeah, I don't know.
So envy.
I don't know. My dad had like this whole big like Santa Claus beard. I'm like, how did you do that? I can't do it. So
we go from
right
like
the beard.
Close out on the beards.
I know. I'm actually using a beard shampoo and conditioner. How about that? What?
I use that bedhead stuff, dude.
Nice.
Like, we're here, and just so everybody knows, we're casually doing this for the sponsors. Like we, hey, bedhead.
Nice.
But, dude.
Nice. Hey, whatever. Hey, whatever. It's grown on.
But
it's good stuff. But I really do appreciate the kind words. I really do. It's a lot of work. It's hard, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it being noticed. So thank you. It's been a road, and I'll tell you what. Between Eric Wolver, John Ward helped through a lot of it. Melvin Seaborn, man, he helped. Oh my God, the OBS nightmare, the nightmare that was OBS. So glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. So,
no, it's just come a long way, and it comes back to the conversation we had, like talking about building something. You know what I mean? And like, dude, it's incredible because the paranormal, Goose. Hello, Goose. You slither in. But, sorry, his greatness just threw me off kilter. Oh, 2010 or whenever, dude. The paranormal's a Wild West. There was no like structure to this. Not a lot of people doing stuff. And if you look at how it's developed over the last decade, the underground, and I'm proud to use that term, paranormal underground, has gotten work done. You know, this whole everything doing with the network, and just you're bringing order to something that was so chaotic. You know what I mean? All of us are. It's incredible, dude. It's incredible.
We're going to start this hashtag, Parabeard Life. I'll tell you what, your commitment to the underground is amazing because it's hard work. You have these teams who are creating documentaries, and whether if they're seasoned or just starting out, you know who's out there, you know what's going out there, and the support is amazing. And it's hard. It's hard to find that support. Like you having your own YouTube channel and you make your own show, and then you go and you're the underground yourself. So it's like have you ever gone to a concert where like the opener will like the sound like complete garbage? The sound quality is horrible and whatever, and then the headliner is freaking top notch, right? And actually, there's one concert I went to. It was 9 Inch Nails and Perfect Circle opened for him. Perfect Circle's no joke. It's Maynard James Keenan, lead singer from Tool. Perfect Circle sounded like shit when they opened up for 9 Inch Nails. You don't do that.
Yeah.
You do that. You don't do that. And you welcome everybody. And I think that's awesome. And that's what you said Madison Seminary is Unity. And you are 100% right about that. And that's because of the way that you do it. And that's one of the things that makes you a great leader. So I'm just glad to be part of the RU family and my little once a week show that I do. And I just hang out and have fun. That's all I do.
And even looking at the underground, it's the teams that want to put work in. I know it.
Yeah.
You know, I may not acknowledge it all the time, but I see the work that goes in. It's not, these things you don't just snap your fingers and they happen. So even when I see these teams up and coming, there's a lot of groups putting documentaries together. You know, you have the Madhouse Boys, Dead Republic. They got together. They're putting out a documentary. You got the West Virginia boys. Actually, I saw Matthew in here earlier. Foley, I think his last name is. They're putting together a documentary. People are out there trying, and I'm not using the word trying as if it's not working. Like they're trying, like they're working at it, and it's always, I take note of all these teams, and man, dude, you got my support, because if you're willing to put the work in, then it really means something, So, anybody in the game that wants to actually work, if you're willing to put down the arguing and banging your chest and thinking you got a big stick, and you put in the work, to me, that's having the big stick, So, but
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I apologize. I'm looking at these comments here, and here, this is the one I was looking for. Letty Cortez says, "I better stop shaving." Said,
oh, sweet Letty.
They call it the night matter. I don't know. Melvin said nightmare. I kind of like night matter. That's kind of a cool thing.
Night matter, I see that. And then correction, nightmare.
Right. But I kind of like night matter. I kind of dig that too. And then you have a comment down here of here. She said, "I guess I'll never be where is it? Hold on, where'd it go? No, I can't find it. Here. Is it? Why can't I find it? I can't find the comment. She's like, I guess I'll never be here it is. Holly. I guess I'll never be pro Laysai. We were talking about the beards.
Is that
the beard. I think that's what when we were all talking about the beards, that's what she said. That someone else said they should grow a beard. So she's like, I'll never be a pro because I can't grow a beard. Well, you know what? I had a Native American medicine man once tell me that Native American men had long hair because the long hair, they felt like it adds to the energy. Now, women typically have long hair. So you don't need to have this facial hair to get that. You're a girl. It's like in the Jewish religion. Girls don't have to have a bat mitzvah. That's an American thing. They're already considered holy. You don't got to worry about it.
Fascinating. The more about it.
I went there. I'm sorry.
I feel like, no, it's, I can show correlation, because I think, how many investigations have I brought the beard into play? Last 3 investigations, I think I brought the beard out. And those are actually Monroe House, I think, was when I first, can't remember when I went from being a boy to a man. I think it was at Monroe.
Was it?
I think Monroe, I brought the beard out to play.
Monroe. Monroe's a good place to earn your manhood. That place is just as crazy as Madison. If not, I don't know. What's there is it's a completely different beast. Oh, but that's a home. Well, you have a seminary, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a house.
It's a house.
It's crazy.
I went in a boy. I came out a man.
Right.
That's Monroe House, dude.
Not the house, right? Oh.
Yeah, it's wicked, dude. It's one of those things. Like, I don't know what it is about it. I think, like, again, we were saying that about even Hinsdale House. Like, there should be like a mecca, or not a mecca. What am I looking like? A pilgrimage of investigators. Like, you kind of need to go through the circuit, and there are definitely some locations you got to hit, if not all of them. But there are certain ones that I think can really add to some valuable lessons. And
definitely.
Monroe's there, Hinsdale's there, and of course we always got Madison. Madison ain't going nowhere, but there's a lot. So
for sure, and I feel like investigators, all of us, need to work together, whether for making videos or just going out investigating. If we share our experiences and we're open-minded to someone else experiencing. There's one time I reached out to a team and I wanted to compare. Someone told me that they had experience that was similar to mine. So I reached out to another team. I'm like, hey, I just kind of want to swap stories. I've been an investigator for a long time. I just want to swap stories. So I tell them my story. And this is all through Messenger app. And they responded back like, like they're like giving me like advice, and they're like kind of like putting down what I was saying. I was like, no, wait a minute. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm doing here. Now, I'm not looking for an explanation. I want to compare notes. This is what I experienced. I don't want you to debunk what I experienced. I know what I experienced. I don't need you to tell me what I experienced. I want to know what you experienced, and I want to swap stories. I want to learn from you, and you might learn something from me. But they didn't want to do that. It sucked. It sucked. Why? Why are some people like that? It sucks. This isn't a competition, is it?
Well, it's human nature, though. This actually makes me worry about the apocalypse because right now we have a civilized community or a civilized society. We think it's pretty civilized, but once the electric fails, the grid fails, and all those kind of things, you're going to see people act odd. Like there's going to be competition for resources and things like that. Unfortunate. This isn't just me talking Walking Dead. This is literally a nightmare scenario that I remember in counterterrorism and international security stuff we talked about. Like you have to prepare for these things and how people are going to act irrationally. And it is like when they talk about paranormal unity, we kind of trash the community saying that like people can't get along, but honestly, that's just human nature. Everywhere you are is competition. You could have it in horse showing competitions. I guarantee they're very petty. You can have it in ballerina classes, the parents being a certain way. Humans especially, I don't know what it is. It's very difficult sometimes to collaborate and do all that. And I'm not exactly sure why. It's just human nature. And I wish I had the answers for you. There's a lot of factors that come into play. And I don't know. I could go on and on, like a universe of possibilities of why people are acting the way they are. But they're only hurting themselves. Had they realized collaborating with you would be a huge play. Like it even opens up the doorway. You know, they must be a secluded network of individuals. Imagine had they opened conversation with you, could have led them to all hanging out with us. You know what I mean? Like working together has its rewards.
Right.
But that's a shame. And I don't know, or even the I'm better than you attitude. Like I listened to you all night and a lot of things you said have been enlightening. A lot of things that have been commented are very enlightening where I know I'm not the say-all. And I tell people at Madison this all the time, as call me your captain, whatever. I take the democracy stance. Like I love everybody talking about it, see how everybody feels. And the same thing with the paranormal. I love listening to people's opinions because I can be easily wrong. And the great thing about being open-minded like yourself and a lot of others that are listening that we know, you can be persuaded if the argument is good enough. And, you know, I'm one of those people. If you want to have a debate, I'm not going to, at the end of the debate, stand my ground if I know I've lost. Like, it's just like, thank you for enlightening me. I can see it that way now. I needed to see that perspective. Not everybody has that. You know what I mean? People have self-pride and could be for a lot of things. Also, but here's a psychological thing. Do people get into the paranormal because of psychological problems? Like, you look at these people that provoke and they yell in the dark. Is it because they're going through things and they're venting there, you know, where they can't in real life? You know, how powerful do you feel? Or it's people that I see on Facebook that litter their Facebook with all their paranormal stuff. Remember, this is a social platform, right? People come in and, you know, and it's not that it's a bad thing, but I have noticed the ones that litter it with all the details and all their group stuff. It's almost like creating identity for them because they don't feel like outside of the paranormal they have an identity. And within the paranormal, they feel like they can be something. And again, this is just psychoanalyzing stuff. This is psychoanalyzing. See a lot of people, a lot of independent people outside of our network come in, and I'm an observer. I naturally look at people, and I think to myself, like, your behavior is interesting. You know, I look at those things, like, why are you acting this way? We don't know how their personal lives are. But I remember back in, like, early years, 2012, watching a group of people, and I won't mention where this was at because I don't affiliate with any of these people anymore, but I remember watching a Wolfpack mentality where we were at an undisclosed location, very popular location, and everybody started hazing and provoking what they thought was a doctor. who may have been hurting patients. But again, we don't have any proof on this. And just watching the wolf pack mentality of everybody chiming in, it is like a monkey see, monkey do thing. But then I thought to myself, is this a way? This doesn't make any sense. I remember sitting in the room, not participating. I didn't want anything to do with it, but I watched, and I was more studying them. Like, this is really weird to me. We're in a very dark basement, subterranean basement, and everybody is attacking the air. Does it make you feel better? Do you need to feel like you're in control of something in your life? You know what I'm saying? It's deep stuff. It's very deep.
Like that kid who was bullied in high school and becomes a police officer.
Yep. No, it's on point. It's like people that did not have control now have something to put them in control, and we can use it. I love law enforcement. I have nothing against our boys in blue. Now, I'm not saying there's not corrupt police officers out there. There's corruption everywhere in humanity, but is it possible, if not more than likely, in a solid yes, there are cops out there that push their authority because of how they grew up and never being in control, and maybe they were always bullied. They're not doing it for the right reasons then, because then you're punishing innocent people to feel like you're in control. And that's an abuse of power. And I'm not just saying from law enforcement, but as a person, if you have power, and this goes back to Spider-Man perhaps, with great power comes great responsibility. That to me is a person, I would rather play ball with a person like that understands their own power and knows how to keep it in check. That's a very strong individual. But someone who has a lot of power but abuses it, they're not very smart. They're not very smart. So yeah, but again, it could play like your example, and I think in the paranormal we see a lot of damaged individuals. And I'm not throwing anyone particularly into the bus, but I would just tell everyone to be very be observant, be vigilant. Maybe when you see other people in the paranormal, maybe you'll start noticing it a little bit more. Like that's why we're seeing a divide in this. It could be people are clinging onto the paranormal for other reasons. Because let's face it, dude, tomorrow someone can enter the game just by buying a camera and doing stuff and immediately dub themselves an expert or dub them as this is what I do now. I'm awesome. There's no initiation to this field. Anyone can enter and anyone can promote themselves however they want. So I guess, it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're right. I think a lot of it is, people do take this as an opportunity to feel important, and but with that, that I don't know, we've all had that coworker, right? It's like he's not your boss, but he likes to act like it. It's like, it's a matter it's that psyche, like you said. You want to feel important. You want to feel like you're a part of something. And I think that's one of the reasons. Another reason why you're a good leader is because you make people feel important. I mean, you show your appreciation and you show how their work is important. And so that, so I think that you're right. I think that's what a big part of it is. People need to feel like they're important. They're smarter. They're better. And they're bigger. It's like that bully mentality. It's like, I'm going to knock you down just so I can feel a little bit higher, type of thing.
And these things, maybe these people never knew. Well, I know what humility feels like. I know what it feels like to lose. I know what it feels like to have nothing. And, that has helped me personally dealing with other people, since I know what it feels like to lose. I don't want anyone else to experience that. And that's why I'm so obsessed with everybody winning, because, dude, trust me, being on the losing side sucks. And, but getting back to what you're saying, it's just like, I don't know. That gets into a deep conversation of understanding psyche.
It does. And that takes away from the paranormal. We don't want to do that. So, real quick, man, we need to start wrapping this up pretty soon. But hey, I'm having fun. So,
didn't we just get started? What do you mean?
Right. Vicky wants to know if there's any possibility of your team going to a West Coast location. First of all, before you answer, if you go to a West Coast location, take me with. I'll hold a camera for you. I can't promise it'll be good camera work, but I'll do my best. And I need to go out there. There's some awesome locations out west. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's funny about the West Coast. So coordinating, a lot of people think that I just live in Ohio. I'm actually from Pennsylvania. Chris, Indiana, Becca and Ashley, also Pennsylvania. And we always coordinated in Ohio because it was easy for everybody to get there. You know what I mean? It's like more of a center point, or we'll just kind of travel to Indiana. It's a little easier for the three of us. Addie chimed in, Alcatraz. Addie. Can I give Addie a shout out? Addie, for everyone, not to sidetrack this, but Addie literally is the gatekeeper of Madison Seminary and takes all of the lovely phone calls. Anyone that ever wants to book Madison Seminary, please text first. That makes things so much easier. I feel like my disclaimer I have to say to make Addie's job easier. Text first, and you'll get your answers much quicker. And
Addie is awesome.
Dude, talk about a happy accident. I met her at Randolph County Infirmary. Trust me, there were a lot of great things that came out of Randolph County Infirmary. Addie Gaddis was one of them. And sweet, happy.
Didn't she get that awesome photo of the
Yeah, the shadow in the basement.
Yeah.
With Addie now that I've known her for like what feels like a lifetime, which Addie maybe it's 4 years now, 5. I don't know. She was so polite and fake when I first met her. It's like when you first meet people, they're not really.
Yeah.
She captured the best photographic evidence I've ever seen. And we were making s'mores outside. A bunch of us were making s'mores, and she's like, "Hey, Adam, if you have a second, I have something to show you." And I'm like talking to her, like, "Oh, no problem, be there in 1 minute." And I'm an Italian. I keep talking. 20 minutes go by, and she taps on me again. I'm like, "Oh, I'll be there in 1 second." So polite. But now Addie would push me out of the way. You know, like, look at now. Look at this. She's come a long way. I love her. So getting back to Vicky, your question, Vicky, is getting everyone scheduled. I do want to make a West Coast trip. There's actually a challenge I wanted to do, and the West Coast is probably where that challenge would be. Now, I have been to Wyoming. I have filmed in Wyoming, but I have not filmed with the modern RU crew, the final crew. I always made this joke. If you dropped us off at a mine, I bet we could do it. Drop us off an abandoned gold mine, a copper mine, whatever. Just to push the limit to see. It could be a mine with tons of deaths, but I would be so into the idea of investigating a mine. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the West Coast is riddled with them. And
it's a big bucket lister for me, investigating a mine.
Yep. Because we don't have them on the East Coast, not like the West Coast does.
Yeah.
Now, we have our advantages over here.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of cool things, but the West Coast has a lot of cool things on its side too. And I remember making a comment. There was a production company we were in talks with like years ago, and I said the one thing. I said, they asked us what we were capable of doing, and I was being a little cocky then. I said, let's just say you could drop us off at a gold mine, middle of nowhere, and we will get the story. We will find out what's going on there, and we'll at least give our version of the accounts, like how we do it with RU. Hang on. Telling you weird shit happens, dude.
Yeah, Holly Miner says Butte, Montana. They had a huge fire that their mine killed hundreds. I'll tell you what, even if you go to like an old ghost town out west, when I went and visited are you like investigating or taking us with you to the bathroom?
No, that was the front door. I just saw something move out front.
Nice.
This place, dude. No, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
So I went to, when I was last in Arizona for a pleasure trip, I went to a place called Vulture City. It's an old mining town. That place is awesome. I keep on bringing it up because I need to go back. Those ghost towns are awesome.
Ghost town, yeah. One of those kind of things. So to answer that question, Ricky, yeah, absolutely. West Coast, one of those things where it's just like we need to get logistics because we're gonna have to fly in, and we only get one shot. What's crazy about doing this your own production? Eric always uses this term too. When I'm filming with Eric and we're doing pre-production, he always says, "Do you want to do that shot again?" And it's not that he's like being a perfectionist, but he makes such a, we only get one shot to do this. And I relate to that completely. I say that all the time. We got one shot to get this right. We can't go back, and if we mess the shot, you know what? It's not a problem to do 2 safety shots. So with a place on the West Coast, we're going to put like 2 days into it, at minimum, you know. So it's more of a logistics thing. But I think a mine, to answer that question, I would love to do like an abandoned gold mine.
That'd be awesome. Isn't there like a ship? There's a ship.
Queen Mary?
Yep. There's a ship. There's in Colorado, there's a big old haunted hotel. Oh, there's so many places out west to go. There's so many.
There is actually. We just the East Coast. Well, it's funny. Eric and I were talking about this not too long ago, that like when you really look at the paranormal grid, the East Coast is very developed as far as like when you think of haunted locations. I assure you, when you look at the grid, more dots are going to fall on the East Coast than the West Coast. Now, again, nothing against the West Coast. It's just that on the East Coast, it seems, and I don't want to use the word commercialized because, again, in a sense, I've commercialized Madison, but it's to save the building. You know what I mean? Ghost hunting has saved that building. Like, it keeps that building 100%. It pays all of its bills. It makes upgrades to it, where you don't see that kind of commercialization on the West Coast. But a lot of gems over there. A lot of gems. They just don't get enough attention.
Yeah, it's hard though. It's how do you do that? How do you get these? I mean, even out here, I mean, there's a lot of locations that really struggle. They try to have events and they struggle. So it's hard.
I think the key, and if any location owners are listening, I know the code. You know, crew's important, and I will say this. It was funny. I was just talking to April today, and I was talking about other locations. We talk about tons of stuff. We all chat, but some locations the owner tries to be the kingpin and doesn't really appreciate people coming out to help. Kind of like how Randolph County Infirmaries ran. It became a military state, and you're not appreciating your crew. Step one, you got to have a good crew, and you got to appreciate your crew. You got to give your crew perks. You know, Shawn and everybody, like, the Mad Crew gets perks, access to this building, a lot, and especially even after flashlights, you have access to the whole thing. It becomes an exchange of time to currency kind of thing. Like, that is the currency, having access to this building pretty much whenever you want. And there are locations that don't allow their staff to do that. A lot of the crew has keys to this building. They can, and I've even said to the crew, if there's no event going on, feel free to come out there. You know, sometimes it's just relaxing to get away and just be there. Secondly, we have a built-in cheat between Eric and I, and even Dave when he comes out. We can film and do promotional stuff heavily at Madison. We're able to film our crew building Madison, renovating the place. And it's not that these other properties aren't renovating, but we live in an age where if it wasn't filmed, it didn't happen. So if you think about it, people know Madison's story because it was so heavily documented, filmed, and released, right? Mm-hmm. So you think about it, they're called promo videos. It shows Shay building the fire system, you know, getting it together, all these things where other locations you don't get to see about their struggles. Not that they're not doing it, but you really need to do that. So maybe get someone on board that knows how to do filmmaking to get that out. And then, because you can have the best property ever, but if no one knows about it, they're not coming. And then it's also important to make sure that you can get your property, I guess, known on a larger platform. And that end game would be a television show, you know. Yeah. And Madison's been lucky. Madison's been on TV. Now under our watch here, it's been on TV 3 times, national television. Oh, 4 times. Yeah. 4 times.
Yeah.
And I can't give any details away on this, but we do have another very strong 2020, another TV show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
with everything you just said, this weekend I have an investigation. You want to know where I'm going? Can't tell you.
have I been there?
I don't know.
I
can't say.
Is it residential or commercial?
I can't say. I'm not allowed to talk about it. If they find out, if I talk about it, they'll cancel me.
Ooh.
I promise you've heard of it. I promise you've heard of it. I mean, I just can't say it. I can't say
The Conjuring House.
I can't say it.
It's the Conjuring House.
It is not the Conjuring House.
That's crazy.
So,
that's what someone who was going to the Conjuring House would say if you didn't want me to know they were going to the Conjuring House.
So I'm literally, I cannot say. Like, it's like, this place is like, man, I want to tell people I'm going to this place, but I can't. Like, what the hell kind of, like, so you don't want people to come.
It's what it is.
You don't want people to come. You don't want people to come. Yeah, but I ain't going for free.
One of my favorite movies, Titanic. Actually, not one of my favorite movies, but I like it. This is a situation where it's the lifeboat, and if you start letting people get into the lifeboat, it's going to sink, right? You get my comparison?
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah, but there is room. There is room for two on that piece of wood.
There's totally two. There's room for two. That's so true.
But like that, I don't get it. Like there's no, they obviously don't care about the publicity. They obviously don't care. Maybe there's legal reasons. I don't know, but I'm legit not able to talk about it. I'm not allowed to freaking take a picture and be like, look where I'm at, guys. Not without written consent.
Is this for a TV show?
Nope.
This is like TV show protocol.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
This is
location. Going down again?
This is location. Huh?
This is this weekend.
It's this weekend. Yeah. It's crazy. Right. I don't know. I don't get it, but hey, I mean, I'll probably. Oh, I'm pumped. It's a bucket list here for me. So it's just. I just can't believe that I can't do that. Like I think it's. I don't know. I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely crazy. Like what?
Are you allowed to share stuff after?
Not without written consent.
Are you working for the government?
I would probably be making more money then. Then again, maybe not.
You've already said too much.
No.
It's all right. It's at the minute marker of 3 hours, 27 minutes.
I know, right?
It's buried. It's fine.
Right. No. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I didn't say the place. I'm saying I'm going on investigation. It could be anywhere. So it could be anywhere. I don't know. Did I say too much? I don't know. Maybe I pushed it. I'm out here on my podcast, and I'm saying, dude, if you end up seeing me and you're like, oh, he was talking about me. Sorry, dude. Freaking let me talk about it. This is seriously. What if I get that groundbreaking piece of evidence? What if I get a full figure apparition? No.
In your defense, as your defense lawyer right now, it has been vague enough that everything is fine.
I appreciate it.
All I know is you're going to investigate this Saturday, and then you can't speak it.
Yeah.
I'll be your lawyer any day. You're fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's always good to know someone who will stand up for you in court because, man, I don't know. I just think it's bullshit. But, I mean, or I don't know. Whatever. Moving on. Because now I'm down that rabbit hole. My brain has just been stuck on it. And like that there's this part of me that likes to, okay, Tool's one of my favorite bands, and one of their songs, they say, think for yourself and question authority. And I'm just like, I really want to go against authority right now, and it's just because, just to, I think it's so stupid.
You know what? If there's one thing politics taught me is it's play the game,
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about this. If I ever wanted to run for political office, sometimes I think society doesn't understand that sometimes our politicians have to make really tough calls. And you sometimes, and to get, I mean, it is known they have to make tough calls. And they got to make hard choices. Not everyone's going to be pleased, but we have to entrust that their end game is good. And sometimes you have to just play the game. You know, if you look at like voter bodies, maybe you don't believe in the Christian voter base, right? But you look at a lot of these politicians that have to appease that body because it's such a huge voting, a mass of people voting, right? When it comes to gun rights, the NRA, you get a lot of voters. You gotta support gun rights because then you've got all those voters with the NRA and all that. You know what I mean? So in this case, what I'm saying is, though, you will have to play ball in order to achieve a better end game. You're not going to like 100%. It now.
I mean, I just, you know, in the end, I'll be able to have bragging rights behind closed doors, whatever.
Fair enough.
So, Melvin wants to know, are there any places you guys refuse to investigate or a place that gives you really uneasy feelings?
I do know that, actually, I'm not sure. House of Wills, maybe due to unsafe conditions. And I will admit, I'm not one of those people that, you know, what's the term, like some kind of softy or snowflake-ish kind of guy. I love actually stuff that's a little more high risk. It's a lot of fun, but the House of Wills is almost on the verge where it should be condemned. And that would be one location where it's just, I probably wouldn't investigate it again because I don't want to fall through a floor. Unless we're filming it. If we can get that on camera, I'll take it then. But
that's a long way down, man.
Yeah.
Onto a pile of asbestos.
With asbestos you're going to go through. Actually, that was the only location where I was coughing up black the day after, and I was like,
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you'll have a pile of asbestos to catch you on the bottom of that hole that you fall through.
It will be a nice net.
Yeah, it won't hurt as bad.
So, House of Wills, and I know a lot of people are still going there, and that's fine. It is definitely active. But maybe I'll take the wimp card or whatever. But like, it's just I don't want to put anyone at risk as much as I love pushing the envelope. I do worry about them. So more worried about the crew.
I have to agree with you on that though. Like, I've been to some pretty dingy places and some pretty, I don't know. The House of Wills is the only place that my chest hurts the next day.
Yeah.
Like literally your chest hurts from breathing in the air. And the air circulation, it's like you have a mask on, but I don't care who you are, you're taking it off at some point because you are sweating. Like there's nothing but a ring of sweat around this whole portion of your face. You're just sweating. So it's a tough location for sure. It is very, very active, but yeah, I have to be with you on that one, I think.
Yeah, that's one. And House of Wills is located in East Cleveland. So if it wasn't already a haunted location, it's in actually a fairly bad neighborhood.
It's like half a block away from the worst neighborhood.
Yeah, you know, just those small little details, right?
I mean,
but, sorry.
So.
But as far as a haunting, what about you, Sean? First, is there a haunting? Because that's just House of Wills is environmental. A haunting that's a tough one because honestly, that kind of stuff's enticing to me.
Haunting. See, it, like as the thing is like being an investigator.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie Pence.
Saw that, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie Pence. So it's the dark hunt. I mean, that's part of what we do. But there are places like after you go to, you do think twice about going to again. It's kind of like when I was younger, I went camping in Canada, and we took this my friend's dad's boat out with his depth finder. We found cliffs to jump off of, and we found this one cliff. Oh, dude, this cliff was freaking massive. We're like, heck yeah! So we go and we did depth finder. It's like really deep and it's like really high cliff. We're like, fuck yeah, dude, we're gonna do this. And we go and we jumped off the first time, both of us, no problem. Boom, no problem. We're like, let's do it again. Then both of us. The second time we were like, oh, like we had to think about it again. The first time, no problem. The second time, it's like, oh, I know how far that fall was. I have to rethink this situation. So it's kind of the same type of thing. Honestly, Madison was that for me for a while. When my first flashlight tour, I don't know if I ever told you this. Before my first flashlight tour, the very night before, like I was like nervous because of what happened before, and I was like nervous. And the very night before, I wake up or I go outside to my fenced-in area where my dogs play, and there's literally half of a squirrel torso hanging on the edge of my fence. Literally the hind leg and the tail. So some sort of predator probably dropped it. But I was like, holy crap, is that a sign? I'm like, that's a warning. That this is messed up. Because like I'm already psyched out about going back to Madison. And then it's like half of a freaking squirrel is on my fence. I was like, oh, that's gotta be a sign from like nature or something warning me. And I did reach out to some friends and ask them if they kind of got the same vibe. But of course, I ended up going, and it was great. But now I don't look at Madison the same way. But I look back to that and I laugh. But
Madison feel dark, dude. It used to feel like you guys filmed 30 days before we did the Return to Madison episode. And watching your guys' episode, like I could feel it, dude. Place had that vibe to it. And the Madison I filmed in 2016 felt much different than the Madison of 2019. And this is weird, dude. So I understand the whole like really being weary about coming back. I get it. But as far as a location, I'm trying. No, I don't think there's any location due to its haunting that I would not return to. But I'm really thinking. So my wheels are turning as I think about all the locations. Yes, to be honest with you, I have filmed in the last 10 years 30 locations. Even though I know the RU series only shows like a fraction of them, there's out of all those 30 I've been to, I would return to all of them. Yes. No, just because I haven't found one yet. There could possibly be one down the road eventually that I'll find that maybe after that investigation's done, I wouldn't want to go back. But as of right now, no.
Well, here's the thing. Like with us, it's like when we think of a place like, let's say the Monroe House, right?
Right.
Man, got some awesome interaction there. Someone else may be terrified. I'm never going back to that place again. Where it's like, hell yeah, dude. Last time we were there, freaking the craziest thing happened. I want to go back. I want to see not only if it will happen again, but I want to see what else I can learn.
Right.
So, so it's not like, I don't know. So yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, hey, okay, so Monroe House, I had that crazy experience. And I didn't talk about the experience that happened that led to that. So it's still, I'd be like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I need to go back there because I need to understand what happened more. So yeah, if something bad happens, it's more. And I mean, with Madison, I was worried because I got that string of bad luck that came afterwards. That's what got me nervous. And that was just crazy. I don't know if it was I still to this day don't know if that was circumstance, but man, that was just a shitty freaking bad luck week after investigating there. So
I understand.
I don't know.
You're right.
But I mean, but now also I've also grown a lot as an investigator since I was at Madison. And now I know if I feel like there's an attachment, I know how to get rid of it faster and better and so forth. So, and plus, my house is also better warded. So, I don't know. Maybe it's also a confidence thing. So who knows? I mean, it's a matter of growing and learning. It's always a learning process, and also what else your mind opens up to in the paranormal. Because who knows? I seriously believe that being involved in the paranormal does open you up to more things. I honestly believe that, and I actually just watched Zach Baggins, and he said pretty much the same thing. I was like, wow, it's been a really long time, not to put him down, but it's been a really long time since he said something that resonated with me and that I really agreed with. When you are involved with the paranormal on a constant basis, it does resonate in you and it does change something inside you. It's like it opens you up to something that maybe a normal person wouldn't really be.
I can get behind that statement as well. It does. And I don't know how to explain it, though, using words. You kind of hit it on the nail with saying that it does resonate with you differently. Like, who I am now and who I was 10 years ago, they're light years apart.
Right.
These experiences and everything change you. And maybe it's because we've taken a lot of lessons from these locations, right? We've taken a lot of game experience. If this was a video game, we've acquired much mana points. But it's just taken, I don't know. You're right. It does do something to you. You also, I don't want to use this weird term, but like you do acquire new abilities. Like your body, as you are an empath, you know, you're sensitive. You already have a lot of those abilities, but they build on as well. Like you can have the gift, but I'll tell you what, when you have these places like this, that really helps you hone those abilities better. And the one thing I've noticed in the last 10 years, if I'm acquiring any mutant skills, is my body is a good detector, but I can tell you something's off in the room by just a feel. And it's weird because I feel weird saying it, but you've experienced it enough. The body, again, is a great detector. I've just started noticing it, like, you know, taking note after location after location after location, is that your body, I can sometimes feel that, I don't want to call it a negative energy, but the energy's off. It's vibrating differently. But that's all I can tell you. I can just tell you that things just feels off in the room. Something's off balance.
Well, you get familiar with it, right?
Right. You're familiar with how energy feels. And that sounds so weird. And
it is weird.
It is.
It's not to us. To someone else, it's weird, though. And you know what? I was actually trying to explain that to my kids. I said, calling somebody, there's no real such thing as weird. Because what's weird to you isn't weird to me. So to call somebody weird, really, you're not really saying much because it doesn't. It's like normal, right? We're going down this rabbit hole. There is no real normal because what's normal for me is not what's normal for you.
It's all perspective.
Exactly. It's all perspective. So it's not. I don't know. I try, and we all say like, yeah, it's weird and stuff. But you know what? I don't think it's weird. I think that this shit's normal. I think that humans have been so ingrained with their religious teachings that we've blocked out a lot. So I just wonder how much of an understanding could we have if we didn't block all this out for all these thousands of years.
Yes. I know. I agree with you. I think, and you're right. When I use the word weird, because I was analyzing, why do I say that? I look at people, I guess, where I came from 10 years ago, and of where I came 10 years ago, and where I was 10 years ago, and how I've changed today. You know, 10 years ago, that would have been weird.
Yeah.
You know, so, but it's not, and it's not weird anymore. And
And oh, sideways. We're losing you.
Oh, there? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Drop my phone. That's why I think it's weird, because 10 years ago I would have never said in a conversation, I can feel energy when I walk into a room.
Right.
You know? So like,
I wouldn't either.
yeah, it is. So that's, I think, when I use that terminology, I look back at trying to explain that to my past self. Like, I'm coming from the future. I'm like, dude, in a decade from now, you're going to be able to walk into a room and feel that it's off. 10 years ago, I'd have been like, what happened to me? What happened? So like,
right.
Yeah.
But I think it's okay to use a term like weird or something. I think it's okay. It's all part of the learning process, and we have certain words to try and explain it. So I think that's okay. Melvin has another question. Now, I don't know if you've met or heard of Melvin before. He has his own podcast, and it's actually really good. So this is why he comes up with such great questions. So this one's a long one. He says, now, since you mentioned the paranormal opens you up on a different level, are there days you wish you weren't as open, or if there are some things you would have preferred to be ignorant to? Because I only imagine being around so much energy is draining, but also fascinating. Also, do you think our ancestors had the same openness that you are developing since they were away from technology and more tuned with energy? Now, what's interesting, Melvin, about this question is we were actually talking about how the change of technology may have affected the paranormal. So it's interesting. You're taking us back in the other direction. So it's very interesting that here we are like 3 hours later and we're going back in the other direction with this. So what do you think, Adam? Do you think, you mentioned that you are sensitive into energy, so you can walk into a place and tell if it's really active or not. So do you ever kind of regret opening? Now, I've also always said, like, once you open this door to the paranormal, is there really a way to close it? I don't think there is. You might be able to leave the paranormal and kind of like, but that door is still always open. That's my personal belief. But what do you think?
Well, I can't say I always have the ability. Like, it's not something I can turn on. It happens sometimes. I haven't mastered it like that, but there's been more than enough time, especially walking around Madison enough. Like, you get a feel for the building, and that helps, having it and doing it that way. But do I regret it? No. But in the two-part questions you're saying about ancestors having this ability, if you look at ancient cultures, like I'm sorry that doesn't even believe that the pyramids were tombs. If you want to talk about narcissistic egos, really you're going to build that large of a structure for someone's tomb. I think the pyramids had something more to do with energy, and I do think that our ancestors had a much bigger grasp on it than we do. I think a lot of ancient technology was lost. I've had many conversations about this before. It's just like, here's a way to, let's settle that right now, why it's very possible. If Shawn and I are driving and all of a sudden everything vanishes from the world, right? Every modern other piece of technology vanishes, just for the sake of the argument. And Shawn and I are driving down the road in whatever vehicle. It's just a van, let's say, right? And we stumble across more people that are survivors, but we're the only ones that seem to have this van. Now, what's going to happen is, let's say Shawn and I are both mechanics, right? We can still fix a car and all this. That car will have, with no other factories or other parts to do anything, we can no longer rebuild that car, right? We can keep fixing it for so long, but unless we have factories to make more engines or process these pieces, we will never be able to keep that car going forever. So if these civilizations fell, the people that made these technologies eventually die and are no longer able to do it. And even if the tools are still existing, eventually they will decay, they will crumble. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's very easy for technology to be lost. There's no doubt cultures that I think maybe were a little more advanced than us. Not the way we're doing it with our Wi-Fi and our telephones, but I think that they may have had very similar stuff to Nikola Tesla's free energy. You know, they were using energy in those methods. But yeah, it's all very suspicious stuff. So yeah, is the answer. So, but do I regret it? No. And there's another thing, like, I think I can speak for a lot of people, and Shawn, I think you'll agree, is that does anyone ever really leave the paranormal? Does anyone ever really leave?
I don't think so.
A lot of people like exit the game, saying they got to take a break. Things are getting too real, but they always come back. I love to say, don't let the door hit you on the way back in. So,
I used to say that about Ohio. It's like, for some reason, people just, they leave and they come back. I don't get it.
Oh, I know.
I used to compare it to something else. I don't know if it's appropriate. Screw it. It's my show. I'd be like, it's like herpes, you know? It goes away, but it always comes back.
Well,
but, I mean...
Well, like, no, Ohio, I get it. It's section. But what are your views on it as well? What are you saying?
So, as far as, like, opening up, honestly, when I found out that I was an empath, it explained a lot for myself. And it actually... That's when I took the path away from all the partying and the craziness that you mentioned earlier. So I don't regret opening up. There are some days that it sucks. It sucks being an empath. There's, you know, it's both a blessing and a curse. But would I get rid of it? No. It's now a part of who I am. As far as my ancestors, this is a lot with what you said. I agree 100%. Also, I think that a lot of our European ancestors, along with their religious beliefs, kind of clouded us. I think that my Irish and Scottish relatives definitely were more open to spirit. But I think that, you know, things happened where, you know, it's like, oh, nope, that's evil. Can't do that. It's not okay. And then, you know, they start doing witch hunts and all sorts of things, right? So it all got cast aside to the underground. So I feel like yeah, I think that without technology, yeah, we probably were more in tune, but people were also more fearful. So how much of it was accepted? There's a lot of times. I mean, back then, if we were investigating the paranormal in the early 1800s, we'd probably be ridiculed for being witches, and we'd probably be burned at the stake because we communicate with the dead.
And it would go against the will of the church, and the influence of the church was much more, was much more felt than it is. Much more aggressive than it is now, at least. Yeah,
right. And look what happened. Like, the Ouija board came around, 1920s, 1930s, right? And then Hollywood jumped in. Boom. Nope, this is evil.
And well, you know, it's funny. We can talk about Ouija boards like that. It's funny. I won't say the name of this location. There's still friendlies on the ground out there, but there was a said location where we were helping host a public hunt, and one of the tour guides had said no Ouija boards allowed on the property to a large group of people. There was like 30-some people there for this ghost hunt. I remember like lipping the WTF. Like, it threw me off. I was like, why? That's weird. Because here's the thing. Hollywood has skewed the Ouija board, right? And it's a very cool, it has a very cool look to it. The backstory to it is that, you know, your body's being used as a vessel. But any piece of equipment you use in the paranormal, when you're holding a digital voice recorder, to me, that's no different than a Ouija board. You know, you're holding that digital voice recorder and you're asking for the spirit to, you know, speak at it. But it's still extending on our body, you know, and it's differently. Okay, yeah, you could say you could set the recorder down and use it. But at the end of the day, they're all tools to be used, and they're all methods to communicate. So I don't understand how we can ban one but not another. And honestly, in my opinion, I want to use the band. So
right. I agree, and but But what about those places that they'll let you do the dowsing rods, but not the spirit board, or not let you do mirrors or any sort of spirit circles? It's like what's you're gonna? I don't know. I don't get it either. But I mean, the thing is, we are guests, and I always respect it, and that's okay. It's like,
Right.
Okay, you know what? It sucks. I can't do what I want, but whatever. It's cool. Now, Ryan Buell, okay, he had a show, Paranormal State. And one show that always resonated with me in Paranormal State was one they had a case. They went into a home, and a woman had a haunting, and they said that this haunting was so bad because she was doing EVP recordings in her home. They even went as far as to say is she was addicted to doing these EVP recordings. Now, is that entirely possible? Yes. But it's like, I don't know. So now, I guess they also, on that show, they never did EVP sessions.
If I remember correctly,
they weren't.
I think you're right. They weren't.
Yeah. Yeah, because they believed it was the same thing as doing the Ouija board.
Fascinating. You know what's funny until you mentioned that? I filmed with Elfie Music, who was on the show. And we use the old Panasonics, and we were showing this to her, and it was like, she was intrigued by it. But I'm thinking, that's odd. And it didn't occur to me that, they didn't really do that.
Yeah.
Or even we had a Geo box there, we had a Spirit box, and all these tools were not used by PRS. And that's fine, their style, everybody has their own style, but you're exactly right. It sounds like a lady that was doing constant EVP sessions was just a paranormal investigator that didn't have anywhere else to go. If you ask me, she was patient zero of the paranormal itch. But is it a problem? No, but should you be doing it at your own home? There's where you could get into a conversation.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's honestly one of my first questions when I'm interviewing a potential client is,
what have you done?
Are you doing anything to ask for communication? Are you doing, recordings, whatever, camera? Because even if you think you're setting up a camera because you're having weird experiences, you're setting up that camera because you want to try and capture what you experienced again on camera so you don't feel crazy. Now, here's the thing. By setting up that camera, you're asking for that. Your intention is there to get more interaction. So you're inviting more to happen. So that's always lost Adam. Here it comes. There he is. All right. So is he here? So I don't know if he heard half of what I said, but you good? You're frozen.
I'm there. How about now?
You're good. All right.
No, what was the last thing you said there? Sorry, cut off.
So what I was talking about, like, even if they're setting up a camera because they want to try and capture what they're experiencing on film so they don't feel crazy, they're still asking for that interaction. Therefore, they're inviting more things to happen in their home. So I always strongly advise, don't do anything in your home. I have done, when I first purchased my house, Ectovision did a practice investigation. It was an empty house. How often do you have access to an empty house as a team? So we're like, we'll do a practice investigation. After that, I cleansed my house and everything. Not one EVP session has been inside my house since. I won't allow it. It's not okay. My kids, they were playing this stupid game where you like balance a pencil or whatever. I'm like, no. I actually kind of got frustrated. I'm like, you don't do that stuff. We have spirits in our home. We're okay with that, but we don't want to invite any more in. So that's why I look at it. You never know what you're going to invite in. Don't do it in your home. Go to a park. Yeah, you ask us. I forgot what it's called. It's been a while now. Yeah, that's the one. Hello, Charlie. Yeah, they're doing it. They're in like first or second grade at the time. And it's like some stupid little thing. I'm like, but even the intention's there though. The intention is there to ask for whatever's around you. In the game, it's a demon, but it's where you're asking whatever around you to interact with you. So that's the way I look. Then that's why I explain. I'm like, it's not okay. I'm like, maybe when you guys are older, I love that you guys are curious, but it's just not in our house. So
yeah, that causes thing because even in 10 years, I've rarely on a one hand can I count how many times I may have conducted an EVP session at my actual house. You're right. It's just kind of, you don't really, I don't know what it is about that. You want to think you can create safe zones. Now I know that there are no safe zones, but it's not like you're making the situation any better.
You want to feel like you are.
You got to
feel like you have your safe space. You've got to feel like you have your safe space. I feel like I've got my safe space at home. Honestly, I think the spirits that are in my home protect us from that, along with other prayers and things that I do. So, but I don't know. I would never recommend it. I don't do it as an investigator who's been on many investigations. I won't do it in my home. I wouldn't recommend somebody who's having scary activity going on in their home. I wouldn't recommend it. My recommendation is don't do it. And I don't know. I know people that do, and that hey, you do your thing. It's not my place to judge. And if you need help with the cleansing, I'll come and help.
Yeah, I know it's definitely asking for trouble, and it's I don't know. It's deep stuff.
Yeah, it is though, because it's your home, it's your personal space, and it's I don't know. I don't know if you've ever been robbed before. That shitty feeling, and you want to feel safe in your home. You don't want that. You don't want your safe space invaded, and that's what you're asking for. I mean, and really, the thing is that you're asking for it, right?
It's an open mic.
Right? Have you those times when you're watching those shows and you're like, hey, if you're around me, if you're here, grab my arm or something. Mm-hmm. And then they feel something on their arm and they freak out. They're like, oh my God. And they're like mad. It's like, dude, you asked for it. What are you doing? Like, you might be like surprised, like, oh my God, I can't believe that just happened. But don't get angry.
Yeah.
There's no sense of that. Like, when you asked for it, it's like, dude, if you ask me for $1 and I give it to you, you're gonna be mad. I don't get it. To me, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I've seen it on a lot of shows, and it's just like,
yeah, don't.
Right? Isn't that what we want?
Right. Yeah. Right. I don't know. I've been on investigations where people are like, "Don't touch me." I'm like, "You can touch me. I don't care. Just give me a tap."
Right.
And I'm like, "Don't. I don't want any negativity around me. I don't want you to hurt me. But if you want to give me a tap or touch my hair or something, let me know you're there. I'm okay with that. But I don't." Holly Miner says she's used a Phasma box in her home and received interesting responses. She's not sure who to talk to about them. Well, here's the thing. When I first got my hacked radios, I went in my backyard, and what's crazy? I got a response that said EVP on it, and I was on Ectovision. I think that was like towards the end of Activision, and but it said EVP, and I was like, wow. Because I asked if you know who I am. I was like, do you know who I am? This is my house now. I was outside of my backyard by where my fire pit is now, and it said in response to just EVP. I was like, wow, that's crazy. So, but yeah, and then at the end though, I said very clearly, I'm like, this was a one-time thing. I was just testing this toy out. I'm like, I don't want any more interaction. You're not welcome. You're not welcome in my home. I made that clear because your intentions need to be clear. I don't want that in my home. I have kids. That's really the main thing. I have kids. Don't scare my kids.
Right. Oh, that's
I would hate for that. I would hate for what I do to cause my kids fear.
Yeah. Well, like, and it is like that's one of the risks we run, and we talked about that earlier. We have on the plate. It's like, well, as any dad would say this. It's like, it's fine. You can take shots at us, but not our kids. And that's just
Right.
like an instinctual thing built into us. But now we're dealing with something where we may not be able to protect them. So you got to be very careful.
Yep.
We're dealing with unseen things. So yeah, you got to be very careful for sure.
Yeah. So with that, we definitely broke a record today. Longest show into the abyss ever.
Right. 4 hours and 5 minutes. It just crossed over.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you're part of 2 big records broken: longest show and first show on YouTube Live. So
the bar's been set.
It's been. Goose, I pass the torch on to you. Beat it.
Goose, baby. I put a kiss face next to his name on my phone, right? Because I screenshot. I was being funny to him one day, right? I was like, hey, this one. I literally put it in that way, and then I screenshot it, and I said, hey, here's how I view my phone. It just said Goose, but I was being funny, right? I forgot to take that off. And to this day, every time he texts me, I think he's blowing a kiss at me to start. And I was going to catch myself. I'm like, Goose. Oh, it's just how I have your name. Until this day, I still haven't changed it. So Goose, kissy face.
Oh, Goose, kissy face.
Yeah. But it's been a good show, dude. I had a blast.
Oh, definitely. Man, I had an awesome time, too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Melvin says, it was so long, I actually went away, made a batch of donuts, and still caught a decent chunk of it. All right.
Man, finally.
I want some donuts.
That's also some kind of record there, too.
Right. For sure. Well, hey, real quick, at the end of our 4 hour and 5 minute mark here, where can people find Resident Undead videos? I have the little scroller going across for the entire show, but still, so people know exactly where to find your videos, where to find you, where to find Madison. Just plug away.
Plug time. I really highly recommend taking a look at Resident Undead. It's been a project for the last 10 years. You can find it on YouTube. Just type in Resident Undead, 2 words, or type in Adam Kimmel, ADAMKIMMELL. That will lead you to our channel, and there are, I believe, 15 episodes. I've lost count at this point. There are about 15 full episodes. You can binge it. This is like Netflix. And follow the entire adventure. Like we were talking about, go back all the way to the beginning and watch the development. And that's one way. Secondly, Madison Seminary. Take a look at that. Find us on Facebook for Madison Seminary. Madison Seminary, we've got about 10,000 likes. We hold flashlight events. If your team wants to come and book a private investigation, message us to the page or reach us at our business line, which is on that page as well. Shameless plugs. Did I get all my shameless plugs in? Yeah, I think I got. And
well, I found another YouTube channel for it's a Zero Recording Resident Undead H Life.
Yes, that is a secondary channel. It's kind of like where we put our smaller stuff. That is another one. I don't know if we've been uploading it to for a while. Or now I start to get 4 hours in. Another shameless plug for everybody that is watching. Continue to watch the RU Media Network and all the shows, Shawn and all these shows, because I assure you big things are coming. Again, I love to give all the details, but let's just imagine that this network was Apple stock in the 1980s, how big it's going to be. So you are watching the birth of I wouldn't say probably, this will become the biggest paranormal network. And we appreciate all of your support, viewers, and keeping all these great ideas passing around. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I just want to add one little thing about the RU Media Network. Eric McGill and David Wolver, they have our Haunted Minds video coming out very soon.
Yes, and that was actually filmed at Madison. It's
Madison, and you were in it.
But I was I did help them with that one. I was their first special guest for it, and man, it was wild. Yeah. Actually, it was not the way I thought it would turn out. It's a good one, and you're gonna love the good.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it with Eric and Wolver both collaborating with the editing. You know it's going to be something special. So
it's going to be good.
I'm excited. So yeah, I wanted to make sure to drop that. And guys, make sure to look up RU Media. If you are a paranormal investigator and you have not investigated Madison Seminary, I don't care if you live in Australia. It's worth the trip. I don't care if you live in California, Hawaii, if you live in Lakewood, Ohio, it's worth the trip. I'm telling you, the place is awesome. Go and check them out and check out their awesome videos. They're definitely a lot of fun and they get some great interaction. So with that, Adam, thank you so much for coming on, brother. Thank you for, man, it's just been, man, we went down so many rabbit holes tonight. It's ridiculous. I really appreciate it, brother.
I love it. All right, brother. You have a good night, all right? And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. All right?
Hey, you do the same. Hey, thank you so much. You have a great night.
Hey, you too, man. Bye.
Bye. And with that, guys, I'm going to stay on for 2 more minutes. And I'm going to say, if you have a video, or your website, book, anything, please contact me. I want to hang out with you. It doesn't have to be for 4 hours and 10 minutes. This is kind of a record. We went down many rabbit holes and we got off subject a lot. And so just please tune in. Oh, I just lost my train of thought. See, it's late. It's a really long show, guys. Sorry. So make sure to contact me if you need help getting the news out there for something. And like I said, it could be a book, a video. I have a huge month coming up for February, wrapping up for this month. Actually, this is the last month for January. So so the next show, I have my new co-host. It's just going to be introducing her. It's Serena Crow. We're going to talk about the show. We're going to talk about ghosts, witches. We're going to talk about it all. It's going to be a great time. And then throughout the rest of the month, I have Mike Ricksecker coming on. I have Eric McGill coming on. I have some awesome guests coming on all week, all month. See, it's late. I'm ending the show, guys. It's late. Good night. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you all next week. Have a great rest of your week, guys. And thank you again for tuning in to Into the Abyss on RU Media Network.